critical.
Interesting. So just to recap and to clarify, you think that sort of all options are still on the table. A strike is still an option, but negotiations are still continuing and Israel is kind of just waiting to see?
I think that if you look at the history of President Trump, not just with this current conflict, but in other conflicts around the world, negotiations and the buildup, the military buildup that we've seen, to use his terminology, the armada that he put around
Mm-hmm.
Iran, is there as a point of leverage on one hand, but with the willingness to act on the other. I don't think that the military option was ever taken off the table. I personally think that it's actually it's more relevant than ever before, and I think that the chances of us seeing some type of military action are greater than they were, a few weeks ago. And I think that that is going to be a big focus of the talks between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump.
Absolutely. I do want to go back to the issue of ballistic missiles. And Harel, I want to turn to you. What do we know about the Iranian ballistic missile program? Because what we do know is that their capabilities, they were significantly damaged after the Operation Rising Lion. But we also know from reports that Iran is trying to rebuild their capabilities. They're also spewing a lot of rhetoric that their capabilities haven't been hindered. But let's just assume that it's rhetoric. Let's put that on the side. Where do we stand on this sort of threat to Israeli security?
First, we didn't strike all the missiles that they had, not the missiles and not the launching machinery that launched those missiles to Israel. So basically, more than 50% remain. And more than that, they started to try to build more. Well, it's a bit complicated because we strike all the factories that they have, and it takes more time to rebuild those capabilities of manufacturing. But even though they still have enough power to make a bit of a harm to Israel and to other countries surrounding and helping the United States to do something against the Iranian. Now, I think that one of the demands that Bibi will tell to Trump is to demolish all the missiles that they have. What I heard is about reducing them only to missiles that fire to 300 kilometers from Iran and not more than that. And I think that the rest of the countries surrounding Iran will have yet a problem. For example, Saudi Arabia or Emirates or Qatar, or all those places that are less than 300 kilometers from Iran. But this is not our problem. Our problem is the missiles that can harm us. So I think it will be one of the things that Bibi Netanyahu will discuss it with the Americans.
Interesting. And, Ari, I want to ask, the Islamic regime keeps saying that their programs, their nuclear programs, their ballistic missile programs, they keep saying that it's a form of defense. They don't want to give up these capabilities. So my question is, why is Washington so willing, so eager to engage in these talks with essentially like terrorists? I mean, they're the biggest sponsors of regional terrorism. And the truth is, military strikes gives us certainty. Negotiations and deals do not. I mean, what's your take on that?
I think that there's a process from a public consumption perspective that the president is going through where he has to show whether it's some of the allies that the US has in the region or elsewhere, that there's a willingness to try and reach some type of arrangement through diplomacy and not through military means. Now, hypothetically, if Iran was to announce, obviously, I don't believe that this is the case, but if Iran was going to announce that they're willing to dismantle completely their nuclear programs, they're willing to dismantle completely their ballistic missile manufacturing capabilities, they're willing to stop any type of proxy encouragement and funding, and so on and so forth, then that was a deal. That would be a deal that even the state of Israel would jump behind. Short of that, I don't believe that the president of the United States, who has made it very, very clear that he is on his way to help the residents and the people of Iran, who has invested billions of dollars in building up this armada around Iran, is looking for something that is not going to be of strategic value. This is clearly a strategic process that the president has initiated. It's a strategic process that has widespread ramifications. And when you look at it from an American interest perspective, from an economic perspective, from a geostrategic perspective, and so on and so forth, I think that the direction that we're going to see is very clear. And once again, just to circle back to your question, if negotiations can bring about that strategic end that the president is looking for, then everybody would be very happy. Short of that, I think we're going to see the power and the strength of the United States at full force.
The possibility of a strike is really what I'm getting at. Harel, if you can take this one, the regime is really at its weakest point right now. This is the window. Now is the time to topple this regime. Do you think that Netanyahu will try convincing Trump to strike?
I don't know if he will convince him, but I think he will. If Trump will show that he's serious about this thing, I think that Netanyahu will join him joyfully with all what is in our power in Israel to do to help the Americans to take this opportunity to topple the regime down. I think too that it's a one time in this generation that we will be able to do so. But I think Netanyahu will be very, I don't know how to say it, very careful with those things, because you remember the last time that Israel was eager to topple down the regime of Iraq, how it ended. It ended by when you reduced the tiger of Iraq, the tiger of Iran rise up, and you see all those proxies around us. And if now we will topple down Iran, maybe the other Sunni regimes such as Turkey, Saudi Arabia, maybe Afghanistan will become, Egypt will become a new danger thing towards Israel, and I think it will be even maybe dangerous than the Iranian. Therefore, if it's not possible to topple down the regime and to make sure that the new regime that will come will be pro-American, pro-Israeli, I think it will be a mistake to topple it down. And I think that Netanyahu understands that too. And I think that one of the main issues that they are going to discuss about in the United States is who will become if the regime, this awful regime will get done, we will be the next. Will become the new regime in Iran, which is a big issue.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to see how it's really just moving pieces of the puzzle. Everything is connected and intertwined in some type of way in the Middle East. But with that, I actually do want to move on to Gaza. Ari, when Netanyahu says, that he's going to speak to Trump about Gaza, does that mean the board of peace? Does he mean the plan to disarm Hamas? Because last I checked, there isn't really a plan at this point. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
There's no question that the greatest concern that Prime Minister Netanyahu has and the Israeli government has is the ultimate dismantling of Hamas capabilities and Hamas as an entity in Gaza. That was a central theme in the Trump plan for Gaza. And therefore, I think Netanyahu's message is going to be very, very clear, which is, President Trump, we believed in your plan. We continue to believe in your plan, and we want to stick with your plan. What we need is for all the other participants to stick to your plan. That is going to be, especially in the current environment in Israel, both from a security perspective and from a political perspective, with the run up to elections later this year, it's going to be a point that cannot be compromised on. And therefore, I think that that's exactly where the focal point of the Gaza discussions are going to be.
And Harel, I want to discuss with you these comments by Indonesia's military, the ones that I reported on earlier. I mean, on the bright side, Indonesia is not Qatar or Turkey, but Indonesia, like, that's not really a nation we want to see entering Gaza to disarm Hamas. What can Israel do at this point to ensure that whoever essentially enters the Strip doesn't give us, a UNIFIL 2.0, what happened in Lebanon? It's evident to us here in Israel that Israel are really the only ones who are capable of dismantling Hamas. But what's your take on this?
First of all, the Indonesians themselves already told us that it's going to be a peacekeeping mission and not a dismantling Hamas mission.
Right, like UNIFIL was supposed to be in Lebanon, of course.
Yes, if we remember what has happened last time in Lebanon, the Hezbollah came out of this issue of peacekeeping. You cannot keep peace with those terrorist regimes and with those terrorist organizations. You cannot do it. The only thing you can do is to dismantle everything that they have, to topple down every military power that they have, and maybe after that you can put a peacekeeping force to help to build this place again. It's not now. What I think is that Benjamin Netanyahu went to United States also to make that clear. If you United States cannot make anyone else to do this job of dismantling Hamas power, you have to give Israel the authority to do so. And I don't know what will happen if Trump will say no, but eventually when they will come, if it's not with good intentions, it will become with bad intention. I mean, maybe we will be forced to do it 5 years from now. But that's why I think that Trump have to say yes now for us to do it, because if not, he will lose a lot of money that he will invest on Gaza Strip, and it will all get lost, because at the end of the day, we will have to fight Hamas again. And you saw what happened on the last time. We demolished almost all the buildings that were in Gaza. We don't want to do it again. We want to finish the job and then to start something new.
Right, but my question is this: is Washington at all committed to Jerusalem on these matters? I mean, when it came to striking these deals and Trump's vision for Gaza and the Board of Peace and the ISF and all of these different deals that were coming about in recent months, they've all been contingent on the disarmament of Hamas. And it's been very evident that that was the case. And we've all had doubts. We've all speculated this because we knew that this would be an enormous task that nobody would be able to fulfill other than Israel. So my question, Ari, and if you can take this one, is Washington committed to this goal? Because they keep saying that they are, but if this ends up being, a point of tension, and this is the only thing that's preventing Gaza from rebuilding is the disarmament, where does Jerusalem stand in this relationship with Washington?
So I think that if there ever would be a point of contention between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, it would be on such an issue. I do believe that the United States' efforts to recruit Qatar and Turkey into the mix here, which obviously we as Israelis have extreme difficulty with for the right reasons, but I do believe that the U.S. rationale behind that is to use those two countries as leverage over to Hamas in order to fulfill the president's vision. I think that their involvement and the only reason for their involvement is to try and get Hamas to live up to the agreement that was reached and to put down their arms. Now, if the president and the United States are successful in that matter, then I think everybody moves together to the next stage in, I'll call it a harmonious way. If they're not successful, then we have two problems at hand. The greater problem is that Hamas is still, let's call it, in power and armed. And number two is the involvement of Turkey and Qatar. So the real test is going to be on the side of the United States if they can leverage the influence that they have over those regimes in order to force Hamas's hand.
And well, this is a shot in the dark, but Harel, what are the chances of that happening? Of Hamas saying, "We're good, we'll surrender, we'll put our weapons down"?
I think, well, my assessment is that there is no chance that Hamas will be dismantled without Israel getting in and do the job. And eventually we will do it. As I said before, we maybe not now because the United States will stop us, but it will happen eventually because all the investments that United States will put on the ground, if the Hamas is not dismantled, will be and be waste, and the Hamas will become stronger because no one else can do it. I think that the Turkians and the Qatarians will not only will not be able to do it, they will not want it. They will want Hamas to stay even underneath the ground. They will want Hamas become a proxy to their hands and not to the hands of the Iranian. As I said earlier, Turkey and Qatar and maybe Saudi Arabia in few years from now will be against Israel, and Hamas will be a good proxy in their hand. Especially, they already were a proxy of Morsi in Egypt, and now it will become a proxy of someone else. So therefore, I think Trump will do a very big mistake if he will think that he can recover now Gaza Strip before we are ending the Hamas existence in this territory. I think Israel is the best investment that he have in the Middle East, and he will not lose it now because of this pressure or that pressure. I think he understands what is happening now, and if he is not completely understand it, I think that Bibi will explain it to him in the next few days. And at the end of the day, I think he will choose the right thing and will tell Israel, if the Hamas is not dismantling by themselves, Israel should come in and do it.
Yeah, but my question...
I can just add,
sure, go for it.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say that we were all genuinely skeptical of Hamas's willingness over the last few months to give back all the hostages, to identify both living and dead, and to agree to this plan to begin with. And every analyst in Israel had assessed that would not happen, and yet it did happen. And I don't say that obviously in support of anything that's being done on that side, but it does show you the potential leverage that players such as Qatar and Turkey do hold over Hamas. Hamas lives as an organization and an entity outside of Gaza because of those countries. They give them safe shelter. They allow them to run their funds through those countries. Those countries actively fund Hamas themselves. And I think that the US rationale of pressuring those two countries that have deep ties with the United States, I'm referring obviously to Qatar and Turkey, they have deep ties and deep economic interests with the United States. So can the United States pressure them to have Hamas dismantle in Gaza? And keep in mind, it's important for us to recognize Hamas is still very alive and kicking in the West Bank and Judea and Samaria. Hamas is alive and kicking in other places outside of Israel. And it is possible that the United States, with the right pressure and the right leverage through those two countries, can bring Hamas to put down their arms in Gaza.
Interesting. So, there's so much to discuss here, but we are really almost out of time. So I do want to get your closing remarks, and I'd like to get your opinions specifically. Ari, let's start with you just because it has a lot to do with everything that you just said. All of these, moving pieces in the Middle East puzzle, let's call it. You're saying that negotiations and that, pressure was what brought the hostages back, essentially, which is true, and we understand that and recognize it. But there's the other side, which is that, let's start with this. The Trump administration, they're not interested in starting wars. They want to end the wars. They've made that clear. That's why they're negotiating. But they are still negotiating with terrorists. And that's something that is not, you can't just assume that things are always going to work out when you have terrorists who say one thing and then they turn around and they say something completely different, and you have no idea if they're going to follow through with their deals. So my question for you, Ari, in your opinion, do you think that the route being taken right now, both by Washington and Jerusalem, is the correct way to go about things?
Again, I think it's very important that we look and assess this at the end of the process and not in the middle of the process. We just watched the Super Bowl the other day, and I always tell my friends and family that the score in the third quarter is really not important. What's important is who wins at the end. I feel very strongly that the United States is going to do what's needed when it comes to Iran. I don't believe for a second that there's going to be a soft or light agreement that has no strategic value. I think that both the United States and Israel will come away from this episode, whether it's in a week from now through negotiations or whether it's in a month from now through military means, with strategic success. And I think that will have an impact on what we see in Gaza as well. The line between what Israel and the United States do in Iran to what ultimately happens to Hamas in Gaza is very direct. And I expect us to see great success and great victory in Iran.
Sounds great to me. But Harel, my final question for you. Are you optimistic at all about Gaza's future? Can we finally have calm on our southern border, or do you think that we'll be dealing with this Gaza issue for the next few generations to come?
I think I will be optimistic if we will do something. I mean, what the Hamas is trying to do now, I think maybe the Iranian too, but Hamas definitely is to use the time. I mean, they try to postpone everything. Everything takes much more time than it should, and the Hamas are doing it deliberately because they understand that United States now is not United States like it used to be years ago. The people on the ground in the United States are becoming more and more anti-Israelis. Well, not anti, but against some of the things that Israel is doing, and I think they believe that when Trump will get off stage, they will have something better, like it used to be in Biden regime, or maybe even better than that. That's why they will try to do everything very, very slow. Now we have to do the opposite way. We have to do things much faster than until now. Now we don't have the hostages on our neck. We brought every one of them back, and they came back only because of the military power that we put into Gaza and the promises of the United States, of Trump, of course, that Israel will be allowed to take much more power inside Gaza if the hostages will not come back. And the Hamas didn't give it because they want to. They gave it because they had to, and they did it very, very slowly. Now we have to do things much faster. We have to finish the regime of Hamas in Gaza, so we will be able to take care of the rest of the borders. I would say the same, exactly the same about Hezbollah. If we will wait 2 more years until we will achieve the goals that we made in Lebanon. If we will, it will take more than 2 years. And when Trump will not have power anymore, I think that Lebanon can come again as a problem, a big problem towards Israel. Now, time is the issue now. We have enough power to do all those things. We have United States on our side in all those things. We have to do things much, much faster. And I agree that Iran is the first thing that you have to deal with, but Hamas is the second one, and Hezbollah is the third one, and we have to do it in 2 years. That is the time frame that we have now.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, with that, we do have to end our panel, but I want to thank you both so much for coming on the show today, Ari Haro and Hared Knafo, and sharing your insights with us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
And now, a quick word from our partners at Kolel Chabad.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
And New South Wales officials are finally reacting to the violent protests that erupted in the streets of Sydney outside the City Hall, where Israeli President Isaac Herzog was visiting the Jewish community still in mourning from the Bondi Beach massacre. Have a listen.
What you saw last night was New South Wales police being confronted multiple times by a section of that crowd intent on disturbing and disrupting police lines. Now, what we can say today that we couldn't say yesterday is that we had concurrently 7,000 mourners down at the International Convention Centre who were mourning the horrible events of the 14th of December with the President of Israel. New South Wales Police had to keep both protesters and mourners separate so that, as disturbing as the scenes were last night on the news, they weren't even worse as a result of thousands of people clashing together on the streets of Sydney.
Now, Herzog visited the Jewish day schools, centers, and synagogues alongside Australian Prime Minister Albanese. He laid wreaths alongside his wife and visited the site of the attack to pay his final respects. The purpose of this visit was to be with the community in mourning after ISIS-inspired shooters at Bondi Beach attacked a Hanukkah celebration, taking the lives of 15 people. But the scenes around Herzog's visit were that of chaos and violence. Pro-Palestinian Australians saw fit to bombard the president on a trip meant to show solidarity and inspire a community in mourning, claiming Herzog was complicit in the deaths of Palestinians in Gaza. Instead of siding with fellow Australians after the worst attack committed on Australian soil in decades, rioters used the opportunity to protest the war in Gaza. Not the people of Iran, who are still undergoing an extreme regime crackdown following the murder of tens of thousands of protesters. No, the Palestinians in Gaza. Several protesters were arrested in the clashes, and the empathy of the Australian people proved once again to be selective and biased. And joining me now to somehow make sense of this all is Linda Ben-Menashe, president of the National Council of Jewish Women in Australia. Linda, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me here.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, it feels like just yesterday we had you here on the show the day of the attack at Bondi. The community is still mourning, and rightfully so. These scenes of protesters, I mean, what are your thoughts on all this?
Well, it's very distressing, and at the same time, it's very predictable. And the timing of this visit was very good for the Jewish community. It was just over the Shloshim since the attack itself, and the community is still in deep pain, of course, and having the president in Australia has been incredibly comforting and strengthening. But we knew that it would provoke protests, and it would be used as an excuse for protests and for violence on the streets. And the feeling really has been that these protesters wanted the optics of those clashes with police in the streets, and that's what they got, unfortunately.
But Linda, do you think that the police were acting adequately? I mean, there seems to be a lot of outrage by these protesters who claim that the police were too aggressive. But I find that it's often the protesters who are the aggressors, and they're the ones extracting this type of reaction from the police. I mean, do you agree with that?
I do. We felt as mourners, 7,000 of us going to this huge venue in the middle of the city. We felt very, very safe. There were more police than I've ever seen in my whole life, as well as our communal security personnel. There were helicopters overhead. There were literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of police protecting us. We did not see the protesters. We were not near the protesters. I think the police handled it very, very well by keeping us and them very separate. The protesters were in a different part of the city, and I think that they did their very best, faced with a crowd who were intent on there being clashes, who were violent. According to police, there were many, many protesters who attacked them, and they were defending themselves against those protesters. And I only have praise for the New South Wales Police today.
Wow. And Linda, we are unfortunately almost out of time, but I want to ask you just very briefly, how is the community in Sydney? How are the recovering efforts, as we approach the 2 months really since this attack, as you mentioned, the shloshim of the deaths? How is the community reflecting?
The community is very, very sad still. The community is very much in an embrace with each other, and also with so many ordinary Australians who have stood with us in solidarity, who have expressed their empathy to us, who have put their arms around us. But I will say that a large number of the survivors of the attack, and you'll remember that many of the people who were at that Hanukkah celebration were members of the Russian community, people living in public housing, people without great means. Many of them are still suffering, and they're suffering, obviously, the pain and loss of their loved ones, injuries that many of them still have. There are still people in hospital, and there is also financial stress, and we are very, very far from healing.
Mm-hmm. And it's so heartbreaking to see. And Linda, I'm sending so much strength and warmth to your entire community. You guys are at the forefront of the fight against anti-Semitism. I hope you're staying safe. And I want to thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you. And we want to thank President Herzog for coming and wrapping his arms around us.
Absolutely. And we hope to see more visits of this kind, despite the protests, I'm sure. All right. Well, thank you, Linda. I appreciate that. And just before we go for now, I've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. That's breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code that's on your screen now to join and get all of the relevant updates and developments coming out of Israel, the Middle East, and the broader region. These are fateful days. Prime Minister Netanyahu is en route to Washington, and him and Trump will discuss the coming days or the coming weeks, maybe even the coming months, that could shape the Middle East. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel in the heart of the Middle East. I'm Devo Klein. I want to thank you so much for watching.
If I was to tell you that the most intense battlefield between Israel and Iran today has no tanks, no jets, no missiles, just servers, cables, and a few very quiet rooms of people who don't give interviews, you might think that I'm being metaphorical, but I'm not. because Israel has built not one Iron Dome, two Iron Domes. One is the Iron Dome that everybody knows about, with the interceptors in the skies that intercept rockets that have been knocked down over cities. But there is a second Iron Dome. It doesn't explode, it doesn't light up the night, and it never shows up on the evening news. It's the digital Iron Dome. And in early 2026, that second Iron Dome may be doing more work than anyone realizes, because it's intercepting threats long before they ever become headlines. There's no air raid sirens, there's no dramatic footage, no heroic music swelling in the background. It's just people and keystrokes. And you know what? Here is the irony. Israel's most effective defense system may also be the one you never see and never hear about and never fully understand. Because the moment it gets public explanation, something has already gone very, very wrong. I'm Daron Spielman, and welcome back to True East. For decades, the Israel-Iran conflict has been described in very familiar language. Missiles, proxies, nuclear centrifuges, red lines, and speeches at the United Nations that sound urgent, but change absolutely nothing. But running quietly alongside all of that is another war. It's one that doesn't aim to destroy buildings, but to interrupt the thinking of Israel's enemies. Cyber defense does not create images of victory. It creates uncertainty. And it is uncertainty that is devastating for the regimes that depend on rigid hierarchy, a central command, and ideological discipline. That's why Israel didn't stumble into cyber warfare. As a matter of fact, since the early 2000s, Israel has deliberately built two defensive layers, one physical and one digital. But they're both designed to do the exact same thing: stop the threats before civilians pay the price. The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit is coming this April. April 15th through 17th, once again at the Waldorf Astoria in Jerusalem. I'll be there, and I really hope you'll join us too. You can visit jnssummit.org to register and to see the speaker lineup. It's an exceptional group this year. I look forward to meeting you in Jerusalem this April. According to foreign sources, the first proof that possibly this was in theory came long before today's headlines. In fact, it came in Iran. In 2009, engineers working at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility, yes, that is the same nuclear facility that Israel and the United States bombed just a few months ago. Researchers there began seeing something very strange. Centrifuges began to fail. Then more failed. Then hundreds failed. But the screens told them everything was fine. The rotational speeds of the centrifuges looked normal. The temperatures looked stable. There were no alarms. What they didn't know was that a worm had entered into their system. Not malware that smashed files. A worm that lied. It fed false data to Iranian operators while quietly altering the centrifuge speeds, pushing them just far enough, often just enough to cause physical destruction. Machines began to tear themselves apart while the engineers were trusting the numbers in front of them. Now, this wasn't sabotage in the traditional sense. It was deception, weaponized. Called Stuxnet, it didn't bomb Iran's nuclear program. It convinced Iran to sabotage itself. Now, according to reporting by the New York Times and the Washington Post, and confirmed by multiple cybersecurity firms, the worm, which was possibly developed by the United States and Israel, exploited several zero-day vulnerabilities, which are security holes unknown even to the system's engineers. Now, at the time, building something like that took years and enormous resources, so much so that researchers concluded only a state actor could afford it. And that matters, because cyber warfare at this level isn't opportunistic, it is strategic, which raises the obvious question. Why was this deployed against, of all places, Iran? Meaning there are other hostile regimes out there. There's North Korea, there's Russia and China. But we have to understand from the very beginning, Iran is different because Iran openly seeks the destruction of another state. And because if Iran crosses the nuclear threshold, it doesn't stop with Iran. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, even possibly the UAE, A Middle East with multiple nuclear actors is not a Cold War scenario. It's absolute chaos. Unlike other nuclear rivalries, Iran's doctrine, it's not about stability. It's ideological. And ideology mixed with nuclear weapons does not deter, it escalates. That's why Israel views Iran not as one threat amongst many, but as the organizing threat. Since Stuxnet, cyber warfare hasn't remained exceptional. It has become permanent, and the battlefield has exploded in scale. In just 2 days today, the world produces as much data as it did from the beginning of civilization until 2003. By 2019, nearly half the homes on Earth had a computer. By 2021, 2 years later, there were roughly 15 billion mobile phones worldwide. By 2022, more than 26 billion devices were connected to the internet. Every one of those devices is progress, and everyone is also a potential entry point. Cyber warfare doesn't require divisions or air wings. It requires access, which is why non-state actors embraced it, especially those losing on the battlefield. Now that brings us to Hezbollah. Hezbollah did not invent cyber warfare, but it did professionalize it as a proxy. Just like Hezbollah is a physical proxy for Iran, Hezbollah is a digital proxy of Iran. Long before its battlefield losses, Hezbollah began building a dedicated cyber unit known as Cedar. Cedar is not a loose group of hackers. It's structured, trained, funded, and directed by Iran. Its headquarters operates out of Dahiya in southern Lebanon. The mission of Cedar is not random disruption. It is strategic harassment, data theft, and psychological pressure. After Israel strikes in 2024 decimated Hezbollah's commanders and weapon stockpiles, Cedar didn't shrink, it expanded. Following Israel's pager and communications operation in September 2024, which killed, maimed, and incapacitated large numbers of Hezbollah operatives, Cedar's budget reportedly increased by hundreds of percent. According to Lebanese cybersecurity experts, more than 300 hackers now operate there, paid directly by Iran. This was not an improvisation, it was adaptation. Hezbollah shifted from rockets to routers. Then came October 7th, and while the world focused on the physical horrors of that day, a parallel escalation unfolded online. Within hours, previously unknown hacker groups emerged claiming access to Israeli civilian and military data. Over the following weeks, tens of thousands of records were leaked. Medical files, identity databases, personal information of civilians and soldiers. More than 15 cyber groups linked to Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas participated. Some of them dumped the data publicly, others seeded it into the dark web. All of it was designed to intimidate, destabilize, and erode trust. Again, this wasn't spontaneous, it was coordinated. And just like before October 7th, the indicators were there. So the question is, how does Israel respond? Not with speeches, but with quick organizational structure. Israel's cyber strategy today rests on 3 pillars: early detection of threats, active disruption of enemy means, and strategic ambiguity. The first is early detection. Israel treats the cyberspace the same way that we treat the airspace. Every abnormal signal matters. Tens of thousands of hostile probes are detected daily and traced to Iranian-linked infrastructure, targeting power grids, water systems, hospitals, and even the financial networks. In 2020, an Iranian cyber operation attempted to manipulate chlorine levels in Israeli water facilities. It failed, not because of dramatic retaliation, but because the system noticed something that didn't belong. That's the point. Quiet competence. The second area is active disruption. Cyber defense in Israel doesn't sit still. If a hostile network is identified and mapped, it may quietly stop working the way it was meant to. Servers might begin to fail. Communications lag. Infrastructure and instructions arrive late or not at all. Iranian cyber units linked to the IRGC have suffered repeated unexpected breakdowns. During moments of regional tension, most were never acknowledged publicly, but the pattern is there. And the third is strategic ambiguity. Israel almost never confirms cyber success because cyber deterrence works best when your adversary cannot measure the damage. Missile defense is very visible. Cyber defense lives in the mind. Iran must assume that any digital move, any escalation, any coordination across its proxies may have already been compromised. That moment of hesitation, it matters, because hesitation destroys their momentum. Now, critics will say that cyber warfare doesn't stop missiles, and they are correct. They'll say cyber tools can't prevent nuclear proliferation. That's also partially true. But that really misses the point of what cyber is. Cyber is not a replacement. It is a multiplier. It buys times and it degrades confidence. It forces doubt, and authoritarian systems, they fear doubt more than they fear bombs. Who failed? Who leaked the information? Who sabotaged us? Now that suspicion corrodes power from the inside. The future of warfare is not cyber or kinetic. It is both together. Cyber is digital, kinetic is traditional warfare. It is not one or the other. It's both. And probably the clearest example of that that's ever been seen in world history was when Israel hit Hezbollah's communication network in 2024. Almost at the same time, thousands of pagers and walkie-talkies went off. That wasn't a message. That was an operation. It showed what this is becoming: the digital layer and the physical layer moving together, deliberately in the same moment. And if you're paying attention, that's the direction that war is headed. Cyber defense does not make the headlines, but it does shape the outcome. That is the real insight into the digital Iron Dome. I'm Daron Spielman, and this was True East.
As tensions rise and warnings may come too late, humanitarian groups can't afford to wait. Jamie Geller joins us now to explain how Yad Ezra Shulamit is preparing to ensure no one goes hungry if Israel comes under fire. Jamie Geller, thanks for joining.
Thank you so much for having me.
So recent reports suggest Israel could receive only minutes warning if the U.S. strikes Iran. What does operating under that level of uncertainty mean for humanitarian organizations like Yad Ezra Shulamit?
The question on everyone's mind is, will there be war? Won't there be war? It's a very unsettling way to live and exist. But the bottom line is we have to be prepared no matter what. We have to make sure that we can get food to the people who are under fire.
And how are you preparing on the ground to respond immediately if the situation escalates?
We must stock the warehouses with ready cooked foods ready to eat. That is really critical to ensure that everyone can actually eat when they are stuck in bomb shelters. We've done this before. We did it in June, and we will do it again. We know what we're doing. Yad Ezra Shulamit actually distributes 12,000 food baskets every single week to 95 distribution points all across Israel. It's critical that the warehouses have ready-cooked meals and ready-to-eat food fully stocked, and therefore we can distribute it north, south, central Israel, all across the country.
Now, security officials say the IDF itself may have short notice ahead of an attack, with the public only notified once missiles are already being fired. So how do you plan for that?
We don't have the luxury of waiting. We have to prepare now. It's about stocking warehouses, securing logistics, access routes, a tremendous amount of coordination that's needed to ensure that those that may be trapped in bomb shelters for extended periods of time, like the elderly, people with disabilities who don't have the luxury of running in and out and back and forth, but may actually have to shelter in place in their bomb shelter, have food that they need to eat and survive, ready to eat food. And that only happens because we prepare now beforehand.
So has Yad Ezra Shulamit already begun preparations for this round?
Of course, we have already begun preparations, but we need your help in terms of ensuring the warehouses are fully stocked. We need to stock the warehouses not just in the center of the country, but in the north and the south, so that we can be close to all populations. And of course, we need to be ready in the event of missile impact. We all know what that means and the devastation that that can bring. So we've done this before. We are going to be prepared to do it again, all the while praying to God that there will not be a war. But as a humanitarian organization here in Israel, we need to be prepared. We are on the front lines of ensuring that people have the food they need to survive.
What can the viewers do to help?
As I said, no one wants war. We are praying for peace, but we are on the front lines of ensuring that everyone has the food they need if they are stuck in their bomb shelters for extended periods of time. We are talking about those who cannot afford food, the disabled and the elderly, everyone from the north to the south to the central of Israel. To wait for the first siren is suicide. We must prepare, just as the IDF prepares. The humanitarian organizations of Israel, Yad Ezra Shulamit, must be prepared. We need money for gas for the 15 trucks that will be going to 95 distribution points and beyond, from shelter to shelter, if that's what it takes, to ensure people have the food they need to survive this crisis.
Well, thank you, Jamie. In this time of uncertainty, you can make a difference too. Scan the QR code to help the biggest food distribution organization in Israel, Yad Ezra Shulamit, prepare to respond in case of emergency and feed those in Israel who need it most.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help, and you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, breaking down for you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. Here's everything that you need to know. Prime Minister Netanyahu is abroad the wings of Zion en route to Washington, ahead of talks with President Donald Trump. Netanyahu is expected to land in the U.S. Capitol around 6 p.m. local time and will meet Trump in the White House tomorrow. Now, the purpose of this trip is reportedly for Netanyahu to present Israel's security needs while negotiations between the United States and the Islamic regime of Iran continue in Oman. Iranian security chief Ali Larijani has arrived in Muscat to join the talks amid new reports that negotiations are expected to pick up the pace in the coming days. Israel will not tolerate a deal in which the nuclear threat is addressed, but the ballistic missile program stays untouched. The prime minister is expected to argue that this is a historic opportunity. Iran, he will say, is weakened, its regional proxies are under pressure, and its missile program must be curbed now to prevent future war. Netanyahu will also signal Israel's willingness to support any American military action, framing Israel as a force multiplier rather than a liability. But as the United States negotiates with Iran, the regime's crackdown on dissidents continues. In the latest expansion, the Islamic regime is targeting leading reformist figures and political activists across the country. Iranian security forces have arrested at least 3 senior reformist politicians, including the head of the Reformist Front coalition, as part of a broader effort to suppress opposition. Analysts say the arrests reflect a widening effort by the Iranian regime to silence voices calling for political reform and challenge the authority of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, especially amid public dissatisfaction over the government's violent suppression of protests that left thousands dead and many more detained. But it's not just political figures. Also, high-profile human rights activists, such as Nobel Peace Prize laureate Narjeh Mohammadi, have received new prison sentences, underscoring the regime's intensified efforts to suppress dissent. And in Gaza, Palestinian sources are reporting airstrikes in Rafah in southern Gaza. The Rafah area has been a point of tension over the past few days when IDF troops came under fire by Hamas terrorists who emerged from a tunnel, an underground tunnel, to attack soldiers. This in blatant violation of the ceasefire understandings and despite the fact that the International Stabilization Force is due to arrive in the coming weeks. The Indonesian military announced it will send several thousand troops to Gaza, marking the first foreign force to enter Gaza under the new framework. There is no official date yet for the deployment, and Israel is yet to comment on this claim. And New South Wales officials are finally reacting to the violent protests that erupted in the streets of Sydney outside the City Hall, where President Isaac Herzog was visiting the Jewish community still in mourning from the Bondi Beach massacre. Let's have a listen.
What you saw last night was New South Wales police being confronted multiple times by a section of that crowd intent on disturbing and disrupting police lines. Now, what we can say today that we couldn't say yesterday is that we had concurrently 7,000 mourners down at the International Convention Centre who were mourning the horrible events of the 14th of December with the President of Israel. New South Wales Police had to keep both protesters and mourners separate so that, as disturbing as the scenes were last night on the news, they weren't even worse as a result of thousands of people clashing together on the streets of Sydney.
Now, it's important to note that Herzog's trip to Australia mainly focused on supporting the Jewish community. He visited Jewish day schools, Jewish centers, spoke with the community, and was with them as they're still mourning the loss of the Bondi Beach massacre. But yet, this did not stop protesters. And the death toll in Iran continues to climb. And uncertainty due to internet blackout is allowing the regime to execute its civilians. But for the people of Iran, not a single flag or chant was in sight. It seems that the empathy of the Australian people is selective. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan the QR code that's on your screen for more updates on our WhatsApp channel. I'm Diva Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladarga Velazi, and coming up in today's newscast. As negotiations are expected to continue between the U.S. and the Islamic Republic of Iran, Tehran issues a new threat to Israel. Despite U.S. optimism, Hamas leader Khalid Mashal says Hamas will never disarm. And ILTV takes an exclusive look into Israel's police unit that catches Iranian spies. These are dramatic days in the Middle East as a potential U.S. strike on the Islamic regime of Iran hangs in the balance. Tehran is once again openly threatening Israel and taking a hard line on negotiations, while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu prepares to meet with U.S. President Donald Trump to discuss the next steps. All the details in the following report. As the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran are set to continue negotiations this week, the Iranian regime is escalating its rhetoric against the United States and Israel. A new billboard unveiled in the heart of Tehran shows a map of Tel Aviv and central Israel with the headline, "Rain of Missiles." It's a small area. This latest threat comes as negotiations between U.S. and Iranian representatives were held in Oman on Friday, the first talks between the two countries since the 12-day war in June of 2025. The Americans reportedly presented clear red lines: a complete halt to uranium enrichment, removal of enriched material, strict limits on ballistic missiles in both range and quantity, and an end to Iran's funding of proxy forces across the region. The Iranian regime has reportedly rejected all of the demands, saying the missiles and regional proxy issues are not up for discussion, and insists on maintaining its right to enrich uranium. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has advanced a planned trip to the United States and is set to meet with U.S. President Donald Trump on Wednesday at the White House. Jerusalem is increasingly concerned that the U.S. administration could enter a nuclear deal with the Islamic Republic without including Iran's ballistic missile program, which presents a clear threat to Israel. Netanyahu is expected to lay out Israel's security concerns to Trump ahead of any potential deal, as Jerusalem insists that the military option is still not off the table, even if Israel will have to go at it alone. And joining us now with more on the Iranian threat and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's upcoming visit to the White House is Alex Trayman, JNS CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief. Alex, always great to have you with us.
Good to see you, Idar.
So let's get into this White House visit. What does Prime Minister Netanyahu hope to discuss with the president, and what does he hope to gain out of this meeting?
Well, obviously, this is an emergency trip. As you mentioned, he was supposed to go a week earlier, and now he's advanced the trip to go tomorrow. Obviously, could not wait another week in order to get to the White House. I think that this has less to do with the terms of the negotiations taking place with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I believe that the United States is fully updated on what Israel thinks the position of those negotiations should be. I believe that this probably has a lot more to do with coordination regarding a strike, whether that's going to be a U.S. military intervention alone, whether that's going to be a joint Israeli-U.S. strike.
And, you know, the military option is still on the table, as you mentioned. I mean, we continue to see the U.S. amassing forces in the Middle East. We know Netanyahu and Trump have put on a show in the past prior to the 12-day war in June. How likely is it that this is all just another ruse and that we will see a U.S. strike on Iran?
I don't think this is a ruse. I think this is as serious as can be. The Prime Minister of the State of Israel, the President of the United States coordinating. We know that the head of the Air Force is going to be joining the Prime Minister during this meeting. There's a lot of details to discuss, a lot of targets, a lot of plans and coordination. I'm not saying that I believe that the President has decided that he does want to go ahead conclusively with the military strike, but I do think that they're putting those plans into place so that if the President decides that the time is now, that he's ready to order that strike and push the button. And so obviously a lot of these details just need to be discussed in person, can't be discussed over electronic means.
And look, I mean, there are so many conflicting reports, but from what we do know, right, the White House is maintaining that the talks are good and the Iranians want a deal. Yet the Iranian regime has basically said that they reject all of the U.S.'s so-called red lines and are unwilling to even discuss the ballistic missiles or the regional proxies. So the rhetoric and the reality are two very different things. I mean, what do you make of this?
I think that's right. I don't think it's a good strategy for the Iranians to be banging on the war drums as part of their rhetoric. I don't think that's going to go well with the president of the United States. But like you said, what's being stated as rhetoric is not what is being stated behind closed doors right now. I think that the Iranians potentially they want to be smart and recognize that having ballistic missiles, having nuclear weapons is not part of their long-term strategic plan if they want to survive. But at the same time, I think the president of the United States probably running out of patience right now. He wants there to be no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missiles, no funding of proxies. And then the other issue, of course, is how they're murdering their own citizens in the street. They've gone down tens of thousands. Some estimates show 80, 90,000 plus civilians being murdered by this regime. The president said help is on the way. And I do believe that this president wants to be known as somebody that backs up his word. If he says help is on the way, I don't think he's going to back down so fast without providing that help.
So that's very interesting because really this all began because of the uprising in Iran. And as you mentioned, President Trump urged Iranians to take to the streets and said help is on the way. But yet now he is negotiating with the very regime that massacred its own people. They crossed his red line once, and so far he really hasn't done anything. So has this come as a surprise or a shock here in Jerusalem? And does this perhaps signal a shift or even, sort of greater Arab influence on the administration?
I don't think so. I think that there's two things going on here. Number one is that the president wants to be able to tell members of the international community, Western European leaders, the United Nations, that he gave talks every opportunity to succeed before he decided to launch a military intervention. And the second component of that is that if the president does order a strike, that he wants it to be decisive, definitive, that it solves the problem, that you know who you're handing the country of Iran over to on the day after. And I think that this has been the reason why it's been taking many weeks since the time the president said help is on the way until the time he orders a strike. He needs to make sure that all those ducks are in a row so that when he does order a strike, that the outcome is as successful as they hope it can be.
Mm-hmm. And many in Jerusalem are concerned that if a deal is reached, that this could be another JCPOA, sort of another bad deal. Israel has said that if this is the case, it may strike Iran on its own. Is this a realistic scenario, and would Israel have to get a green light from Trump to strike? And do you think this is something that Netanyahu will discuss with Trump at the White House?
Well, don't forget, this is the president of the United States that pulled out of the JCPOA. I think there's a reason why he pulled out of that JCPOA, and I don't think he has any intention of going into a bad deal. This is a president that does not like bad deals. He talks about bad deals. So I think he's going to try to avoid a bad deal. The only deal that he will sign on to is a deal that ends the problem, a deal that might actually call for Khamenei to take an exit ramp out of Iran, the same kind of offer that he made to Maduro before, sending in special forces to remove him from Venezuela. So I don't think that the president is going to enter into a bad deal. I think it's important for Israel to demonstrate that they are prepared to act alone. But I do believe that in this point, it's not only Israel and Israel's security that the president is working to protect if he orders a strike. This is to settle down the entirety of the Middle East. Do not forget that this regime has destabilized Iran. It has destabilized Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Yemen, by virtue also Saudi Arabia. And the president of the United States has an economic vision for the Middle East. He wants this region to settle down, and the only way to get it to settle down for the near and even long-term future is to take out the head of this terror octopus that has been destabilizing the entire region.
Absolutely. Alex Trayman, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your insights today.
Thanks for having me.
And in exciting news, you're invited to join us for the next episode of One-on-One presented by Israel Bonds and ILTV. This episode features Emily Austin, a rising voice in sports media known for speaking openly about her Jewish identity and her support for Israel. At a time when many choose to stay quiet, Emily has been willing to show up as herself and engage in candid and sometimes challenging conversations. Tune in Wednesday, February 18th at 9 p.m. Israel time or 2 p.m. Eastern time for this inspiring virtual program. Scan the QR code to register today. And moving on, now we see that even as limited civilian movement resumes through the Rafah crossing, the area remains a live security threat. The IDF says 4 armed terrorists were eliminated after emerging from a tunnel and opening fire on Israeli troops in eastern Rafah. ILTV's India Naftali has more on the incident.
During operations in eastern Rafah, Israeli forces encountered armed terrorists who emerged from a tunnel and fired on troops. According to the IDF, the incident occurred during operations near the ceasefire line, when troops from the 7th Armored Brigade identified the operatives coming out of an underground shaft and fired at the soldiers. The IDF says its forces returned fire and eliminated 4 terrorists. No Israeli casualties were reported. The military described the attack as a blatant violation of the ceasefire with Hamas and said it views the incident gravely. Israeli officials say dozens of Hamas operatives are believed to have been trapped underground in the eastern Rafah area on the Israeli side of the ceasefire line. In recent months, the IDF says it has killed or captured around 40 of them. The IDF says operations in the area are continuing in order to locate and eliminate any remaining tunnel-based threats. The incident comes as the Rafah border crossing with Egypt has partially reopened for the first time in nearly 2 years. Since February 2nd, around 180 Palestinians have left Gaza through the crossing, mostly medical patients and their accompanying relatives, according to Palestinian and Egyptian sources. Dozens of people have also returned to Gaza from Egypt, marking some of the first two-way civilian movement through Rafah since the war began. Israel has allowed the limited reopening of the crossing, but has restricted travel to medical cases only, citing ongoing security threats in the area. Israeli officials note that Rafah has long been a key hub for Hamas tunnel infrastructure and cross-border activity, making the area particularly sensitive. And today's tunnel attack proves why security remains the biggest priority, even as movement through the Rafah crossing gradually resumes.
And not just in Gaza, the IDF conducted major operations this morning in southern Lebanon, including strikes and apprehensions against multiple terror targets. The IDF released a statement this morning confirming that a terrorist belonging to the Al-Jamaah Islamiyah terror faction was captured in a targeted raid on a structure in the Hal Dov area. According to the military, the operation to apprehend the terrorist was based on intelligence gathered over the past few weeks. The Al-Jamaah Islamiyah terror group is a Sunni terror faction associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, and like most regional terror groups, dedicated to the destruction of the State of Israel. The IDF says the terror group was advancing terror attacks against Israelis in northern Israel, warranting the apprehension and later interrogation of the terrorist. And in a separate incident, the IDF struck Hezbollah targets across southern Lebanon. Local Lebanese media reported 3 were killed in targeted airstrikes, one of whom is confirmed as Ahmad Ali Salami, Hezbollah's head of artillery in the area. And Israel's security cabinet has approved what government ministers are describing as a dramatic shift in policy in Judea and Samaria, a move that deepens Israeli control over the territory, touches some of the most sensitive holy sites, and is already drawing sharp Palestinian and international reaction. More on this from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
Defense Minister Katz and Finance Minister Smotrich announced that the cabinet okayed a series of decisions designed, in their words, to remove decades-old barriers, repeal discriminatory Jordanian-era laws, and normalize life for Israelis living in Judea and Samaria. One of the most significant changes centers in Hebron, the authority over construction and maintenance for the Jewish community, including at the Tomb of the Patriots, holy to both Jews and Muslims. It will shift fully to Israeli authorities. Until now, under a 1997 agreement, any changes required approval from both Israel and the Palestinian municipality. Another decision establishes a dedicated municipal authority for Rachel's tomb near Bethlehem and expands Israeli oversight and enforcement for areas A and B, formerly under Palestinian civil control, in matters related to water violations, environmental damage, and archaeological protection. The cabinet also approved publication of land registries in Judea and Samaria previously classified. The move would allow potential buyers to identify landowners and pursue property purchases directly. In addition, a Jordanian-era law limiting land ownership to Muslims has been repealed, opening property purchases to non-Muslims. Minister Katz said the moves create legal and civil certainty for residents, while Minister Smotrich said the steps are part of what he called normalizing life in Judea and Samaria and dealing a blow to the idea of a Palestinian state. The Palestinian Authority responded with strong condemnation. Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas called the decisions dangerous, declared them null and void, and appealed to the United States and the United Nations to intervene, warning against any changes to Islamic and Christian holy sites, including the mosque compound in Hebron. The measures were approved by the Security Cabinet rather than the full government and come as debate intensifies, both in Israel and internationally, over Israel's long-term direction and intentions in Judea and Samaria.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience. And now an ILTV exclusive. Israeli authorities are warning about a growing number of cases involving Israelis recruited online to work for enemy actors. Authorities say since October 7th, Iranian handlers and other hostile groups, including Hezbollah and Hamas, have increased their efforts to approach Israelis through social media, job offers, and fake relationships. ILTV's India Naftali sat down with the investigators working these cases.
That's right, Lidar. There is a growing trend of Israelis spying for Iran and other enemy states. I sat down with Lahav 433, the police unit often described as the Israeli FBI, to understand how these cases begin, how Israelis are recruited by foreign enemies, and what would motivate someone to betray their own country.
Since October 7th, Israeli investigators say Iran and its proxies have dramatically increased attempts to recruit Israelis, often through social media platforms like Telegram, Instagram, Facebook, or even adult websites. Contact usually begins innocently, a job offer, a friendly message, sometimes even a romantic conversation. But authorities say what starts online can quickly turn into espionage and in some cases escalate into planned acts of terror.
So at first it will be go to the supermarket, I want to see product prices, and then tell me what are the prices, take a picture of it. The other one will be take a picture of your ID, I need to know who are you. Open crypto account so I can give you money for what you're doing. And then go to some hospital next to your house, take a picture of the interest, tell me how many guards you have there. And it's getting worse and getting worse.
Investigators say that money is the primary motivator. Payments often start at a few hundred shekels and can climb into the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Authorities stress no amount of money is worth betraying your country.
Once we know that there's a person that works for some enemy, we start to collect evidence about him, and at the right time, we arrest him and doing search at his home, collecting different evidence that can help us at the continuing investigation.
Under Israeli law, spying for an enemy during wartime carries a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison and can lead to life behind bars. Now, what may surprise many is who is being caught. Suspects range from teenagers to older adults, both Jewish and non-Jewish, religious and secular. Some are recent immigrants, while others were born and raised in Israel. But what we do see is that most of the recruitment cases are linked to Iran, but Hezbollah and Hamas are also involved in recruitment. They're all seeking intelligence for future attacks inside Israel. In several cases, police say they intervened just in time.
We prevent persons in different cases right before, they were on the way to hurt somebody. or to take a bomb.
Every case also builds a clear picture of how Iranian handlers operate, making future recruitment attempts easier to identify and stop.
If you will have any message from somebody and you see that it's really, really suspicious, like for example, you can't see him, you can't talk with him, he asks you to do things that not make sense for the job offers at first. Maybe to go out and take a picture of places, different places, and it's not make sense. Stop these relationships.
Committing acts of espionage is no small thing. Authorities say even seemingly minor actions can put lives across the country at risk. And while most of these cases never make headlines, investigators say the real impact is measured in what never happens. This includes lives saved before anyone even knows they were at risk. Lidar?
Thank you, India, for the report. And our final story tonight. This morning, Israeli President Isaac Herzog visited the Jewish community of Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. Laying wreaths with his wife, the Israeli president paid his respects, spoke of rising anti-Semitism and the Western democracies' shared fight against this age-old phenomenon. ILTV's Devo Klein has the story.
These stones from Jerusalem, the eternal city, the eternal capital of Israel, will remain here at Bondi for eternity, in sacred memory of the victims and as a reminder that the bonds between good people of all faiths and all nations will continue to hold strong in the face of terror.
Paying his respects to the victims of the Bondi Beach massacre during a Hanukkah celebration, President Herzog joined the Jewish community in a touching ceremony. The president laid a wreath with a sash reading, quote, "The President of the State of Israel," and sang a prayer together with community members. Speaking to community members, Herzog reaffirmed Israel's shared values with Australia, claiming that this attack didn't just target the Jews of Australia, but the very values of Western democracies.
Yet, this was also an attack on all Australians. They attacked the values that our democracies treasure: the sanctity of human life, the freedom of religion, tolerance, dignity, and respect. Because we are two democracies that share values together, and we are confronting the roots of evil from all over the world.
And yet, as the president spoke of his shared fight against evil, pro-Palestinian crowds flooded the streets to protest the arrival of the Israeli president. Instead of lamenting the worst attack to happen on Australian soil in decades, Sydney's masses protested the visit. Despite major security being deployed to protect the safety of the president, scuffles erupted between police and protesters. Arrests were made and injuries were reported after the president came to visit and pay his final respects. For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 16 degrees Celsius or 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Lidar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that have been coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, Robert Kraft spreads anti-Semitism awareness in Super Bowl ad. From Gaza to the White House, First Lady Melania Trump hosts former American hostages. And the IDF selects a brand new Arabic spokeswoman. Meet Captain Ella. Yesterday was Super Bowl Sunday. The New England Patriots faced off against the Seattle Seahawks in the 60th annual NFL Championship game. Now, for those of you who watched the game last night, you may have not noticed the Blue Square Campaign Alliance ad pushed by New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft and massive supporter of Israel. Now, this ad, like the ones in previous years that were run, brought awareness to the growing issue of anti-Semitism, utilizing a highly pressured and the highly desired ad slot near the halftime event. Kraft's Blue Square Alliance Against Hate called on Americans to stand up to Jew hatred. Now, the BSA was founded by Robert Kraft in 2019, introducing the Blue Square campaign in 2023, highlighting that Jews are disproportionately the victims of around 68% of all religious hate crimes. BSA empowers people of all backgrounds to stand up to Jewish hate whenever and wherever they see it. But enough talking about the ad. Let's just take a look at it.
Loser. Dude. Did you see that? Should we tell him? So bad. Oh, bro, look at him. Oh my gosh. It's not funny. Stop.
Do not listen to that.
Thank you, man.
I know how it feels. Nah. They're not worth it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
Name's Dave.
David?
Yeah.
Hello.
Now, you may be wondering why Robert Kraft even bothers with combating anti-Semitism, and especially why is he pouring millions of dollars into it? Well, fun fact, Robert Kraft is not only a massive supporter and frequent visitor of Israel, he is also the title sponsor of Israel's only tackle football league. Now, during one of his visits to Israel a few years ago, Robert Kraft actually gifted Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu a signed football helmet. Take a look.
Now, we know you're living in a tough neighborhood, so we wanted to...
Thank you. That's great. Some of the greatest players in American football history.
They're sitting with you right now, and we have two great quarterbacks in this room, but they don't know the skills that you have. I've seen you throw a football, so...
it depends who runs interference for you.
Well, you need good blockers.
So, any takers? Oh, that wow.
Now, suffice to say that Kraft's relationship with Israel continues and does not diminish even in the hardest of times when the whole world turns against the Jewish state. It's a refreshing reminder of those who stand firmly with Israel and combat anti-Semitism wherever it may be. And speaking of American sports, we of course have to talk about Deni Avdija and his selection to play as a reserve player in this year's NBA All-Stars game. I was absolutely thrilled to report about this news in our main broadcast. Viewers of Good Week Israel obviously know how long we have been waiting for this one. Have a look.
And in other news, Israeli basketball player Deni Avdija has been selected as a Western Conference reserve player in the NBA All-Star Games of 2026. This is a huge milestone for Israeli sports, with fans across Israel already celebrating a dream realized. Let's go to our correspondent Devo Klein, who has the story. Devo?
That is right, Lidar. It is official. I can finally report to you guys that Deni Avdia, number 8, has been selected to play in the NBA All-Stars game. That means that Avdia is going to be the first ever Israeli to reach this historic milestone. Now, this is obviously big news for Avdia, the forward from the Portland Trail Blazers, who has been putting in an absolutely stellar season. He's averaging about 26 points per game, which is an incredible stat all on its own. But he was actually snubbed by the voters. He placed 7th overall in the voting for the Western Conference. But it was actually the coaches who selected Avdia to play as a reserves player in this year's NBA All-Stars game. This is obviously a huge milestone, also for Avdia, but also for the fans here in Israel, and in general, just seeing Israeli representation on the NBA stage. He is the first ever to do it, but don't take my word for it. Just take a listen to what Avdia said in the post interview.
And Deni, the all-star, oh, that feels good to say, is here with me now. What was that moment like to find out with all of your teammates?
It was great. Being in a room with people that love you, and obviously I couldn't do it without my teammates and coaches and the whole crew that just been with me this season. Been amazing. There's a long season to go. I got to focus on the team and see how we get better as a group, but definitely as an individual accolade, that's amazing, and hopefully more to come.
So as you can see, you can definitely count on Avdia to keep things calm and collected. You can see he's very poised despite this incredible news that he's currently experiencing right now. And it's really awesome to see. It's awesome to see his personality on the court, off the court. And it's great to see him finally be recognized for his accomplishments, for his leadership. Like I said, he was selected by the coaches, which means that his potential has been recognized, noted, and now he's selected and he's reaping the benefits. So big news for the world of sports and basketball and Israeli representation on the NBA stage. Back to you, Lidar.
Thanks, Devo. Absolutely an historic moment for Israel in the NBA.
And now from the deepest, darkest tunnels in Gaza to the White House in Washington, D.C. Alongside the very elegant First Lady, this is a story you have to see. Former hostages Keith and Aviva Siegel, both American citizens who were both kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th, were invited by Melania Trump to the White House. The two thanked Melania for the administration's role in bringing them home in an incredible show of resilience and strength. Have a look.
I would like to welcome Aviva Siegel and Keith Siegel in the White House. Aviva was hostage for 51 days, captured by Hamas on October 7, 2023, and Keith was captured for 484 days.
Last night at the White House, First Lady Melania Trump met with former hostages Keith and Aviva Siegel. Both American citizens, Keith and Aviva thanked Melania for the Trump administration's involvement in their release. Aviva and Keith were kidnapped on the morning of October 7th from their home in Kfar Aza, one of the most brutally hit kibbutzim of the Hamas attack. Aviva was released after 51 days in Hamas captivity in the November hostage deal, while Keith spent an excruciating 484 days in captivity, enduring torture, deliberate starvation, and humiliation by his captors. Today, sitting alongside his wife and First Lady of the United States in the White House, shines a bright light of resilience.
I want to start by saying thank you to the First Lady, Melania Trump, and to President Trump. I want to thank you for being a caring, compassionate person, and for supporting and helping Aviva. During those difficult days.
But Melania and Aviva's relationship actually predates this meeting.
After Aviva was freed, she called me, wanted to see me, and we set up a meeting in New York in January 2025. It was an emotional meeting, and it is captured on camera, and available to see in my new film, Melania. Aviva was a warrior. She is a warrior. She was fighting very hard for Keith, and I know he suffered a lot. I'm happy to see you healthy at home with your children, with your grandchildren, with your family, and I know you're giving back your time, your energy to other people, so thank you for that.
Aviva thanked Melania, closing a painful chapter, but always looking ahead to better days.
I just want to say that I waited for the last hostage. I just want to say that I waited for the last hostage to come home to thank you. Because when we met, before Keith came home, you gave me so much hope, and I could feel your heart with me. And I knew how important it was for you to go back home and talk to President Trump and share your feelings. So I want to thank you for that. And thank you, Keith, for staying alive and being with me. And thank you, Melania, for helping. I really appreciate it.
And in some exciting news, Israel has selected the next IDF Arabic spokesperson to replace Avichai Adrei, the man who has been holding this role for 20 years. Replacing the spokesman will be a spokeswoman named Captain Ella. Now, the story of Major Ella Waweya as a Muslim Arab woman living in Israel is incredibly powerful. Upon taking this role, Captain Ella will now be the highest-ranking Muslim in the IDF. Have a look.
ومن لما بدأ القتال ولحد ما ينتهي إحنا كلنا مع بعض عم بندافع عن وطننا وعن دولتنا وبنحميها. إحنا كلنا كإسرائيلية وبنعرف ليش عم نحارب.
This is Major Ella Waweya, known as Captain Ella. She will be the new face of the IDF's Arabic language messaging. The 37-year-old was born in Kalansawa, an Arab Muslim city located just west of Netanya. In 2013, Captain Ella decided to draft to the IDF, telling only her closest family members. From her service, she completed a high-ranking officer's course, graduating with praise and honors. Captain Ella quickly became known for her Hasbara-style videos on social media, gaining the attention of Arab speakers across the world, but especially the Middle East. Ella fills big shoes. She continues the path of Colonel Avichai Adrei, who spent 2 decades in the role of Arabic spokesperson, the most well-known Israeli face in the Arab world. But Captain Ella will pave her own route, using her passion for Israel and defending her homeland, standing proud as a Muslim Arab woman who lives in, fights for, and defends the state of Israel. Waweya will be promoted to lieutenant colonel upon starting her new role, making her the highest-ranking Muslim officer in the IDF.
And in Israel, we celebrated last week the holiday of Tu B'Shvat, not often a known holiday around the world, but in Israel, Tu B'Shvat is the new year of the trees. We celebrate renewal, the changing of seasons, and rebirth in nature by planting trees and eating the fruits of the land of Israel. But it's not just everyday Israelis recognizing and celebrating this holiday. Israel's parliament spent the day commemorating 60 years of the Knesset building in Jerusalem, Israel's capital. Have a look.
And in other news, the Knesset is today marking 60 years since the inauguration of its building, with a special open house celebration held on the Jewish holiday of Tu B'Shvat. More than 2,000 visitors are expected at Israel's parliament, including soldiers, police officers, Holocaust survivors, and students from schools across the country. The day's events included tree planting ceremonies in keeping with Tu B'Shvat tradition, a ceremonial honor guard march in the Knesset Plaza, and the raising of the national flag. Visitors toured the building, some guided by new Knesset robots, and received commemorative gift bags, a nod to the original 1966 inauguration. A special session was held in the plenum, along with a prayer service in the Knesset synagogue. Knesset Speaker Amir Ohana said the building symbolizes renewed Jewish sovereignty in 6 decades of parliamentary life, combining innovation with heritage in what he called the People's House. The celebrations also included artistic agricultural displays, including a 3-meter-tall figure of Zionist visionary Theodor Herzl made entirely of Israeli fruits and vegetables. And I'll take the opportunity to wish all of our viewers a happy Tu B'Shvat.
And in other news, you may have thought we were done talking about Somaliland, but this African nation and Israel's bold recognition of it is already showing immense opportunity and strategic partnership. In an announcement by the new president of Somaliland, Israel could have an IDF base in the Horn of Africa very soon. Let's see.
Well, Israel is moving toward a landmark trade partnership with Somaliland after becoming the first country in the world to formally recognize its independence. Somaliland's president says a deal could include access to strategic mineral deposits, including lithium, in exchange for Israeli technology, marking a potent new alliance in Africa with significant economic and geopolitical implications.
So I can say regarding the trade and investment between Israel and Somaliland, the sky is the limit. The trade could be investment. It can be export. We have meat, we have fish, and they need it. We have minerals, they need it. So the trade can start from these main sectors.
Somaliland leader confirmed that he has discussed the placement of an IDF base in Somaliland with Israeli leaders, and he expects to visit Israel in the near future.
We're not discussing that subject, but in general, we want to build the capacity of our army and the police, so that can be a cooperation in the future. We hope to. The Prime Minister has invited me, and the Foreign Minister confirmed me the invitation. I accepted. So I expect to go there in Israel. And I expect also many other officials will come to Hargeisa.
And we love a good exit story here in Israel as the high-tech sector continues pushing the boundaries of what we think is possible. Apple has just purchased Israeli startup QAI in a deal reportedly worth $1.8 billion. Have a look.
Apple has made a major bet on Israeli innovation, acquiring the secretive Israeli AI startup QAI in a deal reportedly worth $1.6 billion, the largest acquisition in Apple's history. The move, confirmed by reports from the Financial Times and Reuters, puts Israel at the center of Apple's next big push in artificial intelligence. QAI, which operated largely under the radar, has developed breakthrough technology that can interpret silent speech, reading facial expressions and micro movements to translate human intent into digital action. Apple says the technology could transform how users interact with devices, from smartphones to headphones and future smart glasses, without touch, typing, or spoken commands. Apple hardware chief Johnny Srouji called QAI a remarkable company, praising its pioneering use of imaging and machine learning. The company is led by Aviad Maisel, a familiar name in Israel's tech scene. This is the second company he has sold to Apple after PrimeSense, the Israeli startup behind Microsoft's Kinect technology for Apple. The deal signals a significant and a strategic shift as it seeks to catch up in the global AI race. For Israel, it is a clear vote of confidence and a powerful reminder of the country's role as a global AI innovation hub. A big deal for Apple and a very big moment for Israeli high-tech.
And before we end, let's check back with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to see what the fellowship has been up to in recent weeks. As always, President Yael Eckstein takes it away.
Shalom from here in Israel. Here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, I want you to meet an incredible young Jewish woman named Anastasia. She's from Odessa in Ukraine. And after generations that her family dreamed of coming to Israel and making Aliyah, and after 8 straight days of bombing, she realized now is the time. And Anastasia turned to the fellowship, and the fellowship flew her and her children home to Israel. This is both in the vision of the prophets, and it's also saving lives. And number 2, earlier this week, fellowship staff and volunteers went to see one of our soup kitchens in Jerusalem with our partners Meir Panim. And what we saw there was the growth of elderly Olim, new immigrants to Israel, who are standing in line waiting to get their one warm and dignified meal of the day. And this is one place in Jerusalem where we are feeding the hungry with dignity. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects out out of hundreds that you now know about. Join me next week, same place, same time, for more updates on what's happening on the ground in Israel with the Fellowship. Shalom.
And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I am Diva Klein. Take care, and thank you so much for watching.
Jeremy, what are you doing here?
At IAC?
Yeah.
Honestly, really building relationships. It's beautiful to see the Jewish community, how bright our light is, and us coming together to share resources and collaborate and co-create magical things in the world. So I'm doing a lot of different projects in the Jewish community in Israel, and I can't do it alone. And I think it's really beautiful to see people with different skill sets, different knowledge, different wisdom come together and collaborate and hopefully bring more light, more impact to the world, especially the Jewish community.
I want to know, what do you do in Israel? Like for people who don't know you yet.
Yeah, so I was actually hosting these healing ceremonies in Miami with breath work, plant medicine, sound healing. And after October 7th happened, I was like, the people in Israel need this way more than people in Miami. So I went there 2 summers ago. I hosted 5 or 6 of these events.
Wow.
There were soldiers there was Nova survivors, there was just normal Israelis, but normal Israelis all have trauma, right?
Yeah.
Not just from the last 2 years, but pretty much every day there's uncertainty and there's fear that you might get attacked from the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, etc. So I wanted to just bring healing energy to the people there. And I then started like filming content on the Tayelet. It started going crazy viral unexpectedly. And then
What did you do in the Tayelet?
I literally was just on the Tayelet every sunset.
You brought your energy.
And I was just saying, I was like, there's one video first video that went viral was I was talking about how beautiful the women are in Israel.
Okay.
I was like, the women in Israel are by far the most beautiful in the world. I've lived in Miami. I'm from California. It doesn't even come close.
He's single.
I am single. And so that was the first one. And then I just started saying the Modeh Ani out in public. And I would come out of the Mediterranean Sea and I'd say, Modeh Ani lefanecha.
Wow.
And
Powerful.
there's people all around at the beach. And I was just like, we just have to, these little things, wrapping tefillin, saying the Modeh Ani, just make a big impact, especially when a country has been going through so much pain and loss. It's these little moments of positive energy that actually create a big impact.
What reaction did you get, like by doing this out loud in Israel?
So much love, so much love. Like, you know, Israelis are known to be a lot of things.
Yeah.
Passionate, a little difficult, very straightforward.
Chutzpah.
So if you know, if an Israeli, like you'll know if an Israeli likes you or doesn't like you very early.
Yeah.
They're not here to like sugarcoat anything. There's no time for that. So I'm very grateful that Israelis have received me with a lot of love. And I feel like Neshama Sheli, the Israeli, my soul is Israeli. I was born in America, but my soul, I feel like, is Israeli.
Wow.
And yeah, like people will come up to me at the Shuk or at the Tayelet or out on
Everywhere.
literally, yeah, like Nachalat Binyamin,
Yeah.
out at night, and they'll just raise their hands and they'll say, Modeh Ani lefanecha.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Wow. What message would you like to send to Israel, to Jewish people?
Honestly, I think the biggest message I want to send to the Jewish people right now is that we need to focus on pro-Semitism. And what I mean by that is the last 2 years, since October 7th, so much of our energy has been directed towards fighting anti-Semitism,
Right.
which is important. And we can't always be on the defense. There's a saying in sports, the best defense is a great offense. So I believe the most important thing right now in 2026 for the Jewish people is to be proud of our Judaism, to be celebrating Shabbat, to be rapping tefillin, say the Modeh Ani, and shine a light on how amazing our nation is and how amazing the Jewish people are. I mean, the results don't lie. If you look at all of the innovation that Israel has brought to the world, it's unbelievable.
Right.
Israel makes the world a better place.
Amen.
And we just need to focus on that. And I think the more that we can just focus on pro-Semitism, the more that we'll just continue growing and expanding and impacting the world in a positive way. The truth is, these people who inherently hate Jews and hate Israel, you're not going to change their mind with a video.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's deeply rooted inside of them. So I think that would be my biggest message right now for the
Amazing.
Jewish people.
So what's your next goal?
My next goal is, so that's an interesting question because goals are very important, right? It's very important to have a vision of, okay, 1 year, 3 year, 5 years. But I've realized in my journey that sometimes you set a goal and Hashem, God laughs at you.
Yeah, it's true.
So what I've been learning, my biggest goal, honestly, is to continue trusting God and his guidance. I didn't know that I would be living in Israel for 5 months. I didn't know that I would be back here in South Florida. You know, if you would have asked me 10 years ago, where will you be in 10 years at age 35? I would say, I'll probably be married, I'll have 1 or 2 kids, and I'm still single. Baruch Hashem, I'm trusting fully the path.
Trust the process.
So the biggest goal I have every single day is how can I just wake up and fulfill God's mission? And how can I expand my vessel to receive the light and share that light with as many people as possible?
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for us.
Yes.
Really, much appreciated.
Gam lach.
Thank you.
Baruch Hashem!
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland. When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Diva Klein, coming to you live from Israel, breaking down for you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. Here is everything that you need to know. As of this hour, Prime Minister Netanyahu is abroad the wings of Zion as he heads to Washington, D.C. ahead of talks with President Donald Trump. Netanyahu is expected to land in the U.S. Capitol around 6 p.m. local time and will meet with Trump in the White House tomorrow. Now, the purpose of the trip is reportedly for Netanyahu to present Israel's security needs while negotiations between the United States and the Islamic regime of Iran continue in Oman. Let's take a listen to Netanyahu's words before departing the country.
אני יוצא עכשיו לארצות הברית לנסיעה השביעית שלי להיפגש עם הנשיא טראמפ מאז שהוא נבחר בקדנציה השנייה. זה כמובן לא כולל את הביקור הבלתי נשכח שלו בישראל והנאום שלו בכנסת. אני חושב שהדברים האלה משקפים את הקרבה הייחודית והיחסים באמת היוצא הדופן שיש לנו עם ארצות הברית, לי אישית עם הנשיא ולמדינת ישראל עם ארצות הברית. דבר שלא היה כמוהו בתולדותינו. בנסיעה הזאת אנחנו נדון בשורה של נושאים, עזה, האזור, אבל כמובן בראש ובראשונה במשא ומתן עם איראן. אני אציג בפני הנשיא את התפיסות שלנו לגבי העקרונות במשא ומתן, העקרונות החשובים. ובעיניי הם עקרונות חשובים לא רק לישראל, אלא לכל מי שבעולם רוצה שלום וביטחון במזרח התיכון. תודה רבה לכם.
Iranian security chief Ali Larijani has arrived in Muscat to join talks amid new reports that negotiations are expected to pick up the pace in the coming days. Israel will not tolerate a deal in which the nuclear threat is addressed, but the ballistic missile program stays untouched. The prime minister is expected to argue that this is a historic opportunity. Iran, he will say, is weakened, its regional proxies are under pressure, and its missile program must be curbed now to prevent future war. Netanyahu will also signal Israel's willingness to support any American military action, framing Israel as a force multiplier rather than a liability. And in Gaza, the IDF confirmed striking Hamas terrorists in southern Gaza's Rafah. According to the military, the strikes were a direct response to continuous Hamas violations of the ceasefire understandings, when troops came under fire yesterday by Hamas terrorists who emerged from an underground tunnel, armed and ready to fight. A report by Ynet quotes a commander of the IDF's combat engineer unit who said the soldiers were surprised by the attack. No injuries to troops were reported, but the commander stressed the terrorists' resolve to fight face-to-face caught them off guard. The strikes from today come as plans to insert the International Stabilization Force in Gaza see a significant development. The Indonesian military announced it will send several thousand troops to Gaza, marking the first foreign force to enter Gaza under the new framework. There is no official date yet for the deployment, and Israel is yet to comment on this claim. And the IDF released new footage of an operation that took place a few months ago in southern Syria. IDF troops located a weapons storage depot belonging to Palestinian Islamic Jihad. In the operation, IDF forces from Division 210 located and destroyed the warehouse located in Bet Jan, eliminating firearms, mines, and communications gears used for attacks on Israel's northern front. And in a disturbing update, the Shin Bet Israeli intelligence revealed a Lebanese recruitment operation, which has now thankfully been dismantled. According to authorities, Lebanese citizens not yet proven to be affiliated with Hezbollah, but heavily suspected so, have recruited 5 Palestinians living in Judea and Samaria to document Israeli settlements in the area to advance terror attacks. The operation has been thwarted and no injuries or damages were caused. And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. That's breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code that's on your screen now to join the WhatsApp channel and get updates straight from the heart of Israel. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel in the heart of the Middle East. I'm Diva Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
There is no good deal with Iran.
You're saying, Ruthie, that
And
even a deal that actually shut down, dismantled, obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, you are...
That's like a deal with Hitler. I'm talking about the Iranian people. They were abandoned by Obama. And if Trump does the same, he will be no better than Obama. The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit is coming up April 15th to 17th at the Waldorf Astoria in Jerusalem. It's shaping up to be a phenomenal few days, and we'd love for you to join us. Visit jns-summit.org to register and take a look at the speaker lineup. It's a top-level group. I'll be there as well. I hope to meet you in Jerusalem this April.
Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev here with my regular co-host, Ruthie Bloom, and we've got a lot to discuss again. Of course, Iran. We've been discussing Iran a lot lately. What's new, Ruthie?
Well, as you and I have been discussing outside of the podcast, when there is something really critical in the news, like Iran and Gaza, of course, there's no getting around the fact that that is the main topic. And it certainly is the main topic that's preoccupying Israelis, other than really inside baseball, internal politics. And I think that today what we want to do is take a different angle. And that is that I believe whether or not everyone is trying to assess what is going on in President Trump's mind. And I think that's ridiculous. How can we know what goes on in anyone's mind? We only know from his behavior. I believe it was yesterday that President Trump answered reporters' questions. And here's what he had to say about Iran.
We have a tremendous force going there, just like we did in Venezuela, even bigger. And they'll be there soon, and I'd like to see a deal negotiated. I don't know that that's going to happen. Right now, we're talking to them. We're talking to Iran, and if we can work something out, that'd be great. And if we can't, probably bad things would happen.
Bad things will happen, probably. Okay, Mark, so what do you make of this statement of President Trump's?
Well, as you know, Ruthie, since retiring from the diplomatic corps, I've been teaching international relations at a university here in Israel. And what Trump is actually saying, there's a concept that is taught in international relations courses, and that is coercive diplomacy. That he's flexing muscles, he's moving military assets to the region, he's making threats, but he's also saying, I want a deal. And you Iranians, you need to agree to this deal or else. And he says, otherwise very bad things will happen. And I think that's very smart. It's been done over the years by all sorts of powers. The only question is, it's clear in my mind that he prefers a deal. The question is, can the Iranians, and we spoke about this over the last few weeks, is this crazy Ayatollah regime in Iran, which is so committed to its militant ideological worldview, yes? It's so stuck in the Khomeini revolution and exporting the Islamist revolution and so forth. Are they going to make the compromises that Trump can agree to get a deal? And I don't have an answer on that question because I don't know. If the regime doesn't want to be hit by America, if the regime believes that another war with America and maybe Israel, most likely, then the regime will lose power. And their only way to stay in power is to agree to Trump's terms, which could be very good, good terms, regarding the nuclear program, maybe regarding the ballistic missile program, maybe regarding their support for terrorist proxies across the region. In other words, that's where we are. Coercive diplomacy. Trump obviously prefers a deal. Will he succeed or not? The jury is still out.
Okay, so here's what I think. I think any deal will lead to bad things happening. First of all, you can't make a deal with the Ayatollahs. They will not honor any deal. And even if they do temporarily, first of all, they're already dicking around. They're saying, well, we'll talk about the nuclear program, but not the ballistic missiles and not proxy terrorism around the globe. That's off the table. They're already changing the venue of the so-called negotiations that are supposed to take place on Friday that was supposed to be in Turkey, another evil regime. And they want to move it to Oman and have fewer participants. But here's the thing. There is no good deal with Iran. And Prime Minister Netanyahu said that to U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff in Jerusalem yesterday. He said, no deal with Iran. You can't trust them.
Can I, before you go into
Yes,
no point, and I
yes,
discuss
yes.
point, I know what your next point is. I just want to raise this issue. When Netanyahu was arguing with the Obama administration about the JCPOA, right? Netanyahu and the Israeli government at the time said, we're not against any deal, we're against a bad deal. And that deal was classified as a bad deal because it allowed the Iranians to continue to enrich. They didn't have to dismantle their centrifuges. They only had to put them in cold storage, and they could take them out whenever they wanted. They could continue R&D, research on their nuclear program and so forth. But it was implied in all that if actually Iran did dismantle its military nuclear program, not just implied, I think it was said, if they really did it, that sort of deal would be acceptable to Israel, unlike the Obama deal, which was not, because it never didn't do what it said it was going to do. You're saying, Ruthie, that even a deal that actually shut down, dismantled, obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, you are...
First of all, I remember when Netanyahu said that. I disagreed with Netanyahu saying that, well, if there's a good deal to be had, we'll have it. First of all, let's not call them the Iranians. Let's call them the Islamic Republic. And I'm saying that in honor of the Iranians being gunned down in the streets. So let's say they're the Islamic Republic and the people are the Iranian people. No, first of all, it wasn't just that the JCPOA was a bad deal. It was. And Trump ripped it up. But what was bad was any deal with that. That's like a deal with Hitler. Okay, so I'm against any deal. I was very much in favor of the 12-day war. It was excellent. A combination of Israeli and U.S. force took out a significant portion of the nuclear facilities, not all of it, and certainly not all of the ballistic missile capabilities. And yes, sanctions are important. But at this moment in time, I want to talk about the moral imperative to help the Iranians topple their regime. They have been now for weeks taken to the streets, screaming death to Khomeini, asking for Trump's help and Netanyahu's help. And President Trump, more than 3 weeks ago now, I believe, he posted on Truth Social, he addressed the Iranian people. And he said, keep going, help is on the way. And as a result of that, and Prime Minister Netanyahu has already made video clips addressing the Iranian people, we're on your side, etc. And many thousands have been killed in Iran since President Trump's statement. Then he started backtracking. He said, well, they've stopped executing people, so we'll see. That wasn't true. They hadn't stopped executing people. And at this moment, I think that if Trump, after what he said and after what Netanyahu said, I believe there is a moral imperative to help those people. And the only way to really do it is through military force. Obviously, help them topple their regime. I didn't mean that we can, through military means, topple the regime. But that's what the Iranian people want. And now that Trump is just talking about nukes, ballistic missiles, and terrorism, hey, what happened to the Iranian people? And we see this all over the world now, and we'll get to that. But this is crucial.
So, first of all, I want to distinguish between what Netanyahu said and what Trump said. Trump said, we support the people in the streets and help is on its way, clearly implying that America was about to intervene militarily. Okay, he didn't actually say that, but he said help is on its way is the strongest. Netanyahu, I thought, was more cautious in what he said. He said we support the Iranian people's struggle for freedom, yeah? And I mean, even the Europeans can say things like that, right? It's not saying we're going to come in there and topple the regime. It's not help is on its way. Though help on its way maybe can be interpreted different ways, though we know how it was received in Iran, right? I was listening when Trump made those comments. Your brother has John has a successful podcast out of New York, the Commentary magazine podcast. And he made a comparison that I liked. It appealed to my sense of historical comparisons. He said that it's like Eisenhower in 1956 in Hungary. Like the Americans were calling then, it was the beginning of the Cold War, 1956. It's only 11 years at the end of the Second World War. All of Eastern Europe has been taken over by the Soviets, yes. They've imposed communist regimes on all the countries of Eastern Europe, including Hungary. And America, through its broadcasting, they had Radio Free Europe and other networks and so forth. They were calling on the people of Eastern Europe to throw off their Soviet occupiers and attain their freedom. And Hungarian people actually did that in 1956. There was the famous revolution against Soviet control and the terrible communist regime that they had in Hungary. And then the Russians, of course, sent in the tanks, and it was brutally repressed. And America, though expressing moral outrage, didn't lift a finger to help the people of Hungary. Because I think the bottom line for Eisenhower was, of course, we want the people of Hungary to be free. But the Soviet Union had nuclear weapons, and they said, are we going to risk a third world war, possibly a nuclear war, with all that entails for the people of Hungary? And there's a similarity with Iran here. Trump, I think Eisenhower also said that the Eastern Europe, that's part of, the Russian sphere of influence, right or wrongly, and what happens inside their influence, that's not going to, if they try to expand their sphere of influence, we're going to stop them. Containment. But containment also means what's already yours, you get to keep for the time being. We're not going to actively try to, and so it was also part of, I think, of superpower realpolitik, so to speak. And I think Eisenhower made the right decision. And I would say now, the Iranian people deserve freedom. The Iranian people deserve a better regime. A new regime in Iran would be better, not only for the people of Iran, but a different sort of regime in Iran would be better for all of Iran's neighbors. It'd be better for the Arabs. It'd be better for Israel. It would be better for the world. But do you go to war for that if you can get a deal diplomatically? And it's an if. I don't have an answer. I don't know if the Iranian regime will agree to it. But if you can get a deal that actually does close down Iran's nuclear program and changes their aggressive behavior, is that not in the Eisenhower tradition of using your strength in a very smart way?
First of all, Eisenhower is not an example I would like to emulate, number one. Number two, today we saw, after all this talk about you don't want to cause nuclear war in Iran, and Iran could wipe out Israel, we saw in the course of the last 2 years, and especially in the 12-day war, that wasn't the case, that Iran was a lot weaker, that the Islamic Republic, was a lot weaker than we had thought, and that the West and United States and Israel are a lot stronger in the face of that threat, number one. Number two, no, if there's a deal to be had, it will be bad by its very nature. Making a deal with the Islamic Republic is bad. So there is no deal, they say. And would you rather have that than military action? No, absolutely not. Now, one encouraging sign is that when President Trump said help is on the way, and he's sort of stopped, and he's been changing his rhetoric. However, he has sent aircraft carriers to the Middle East. He keeps saying, we're preparing, we're ready. Prime Minister Netanyahu says we're ready for any scenario. However, what I don't like about what Netanyahu has said, he's announced, he's warned the Islamic Republic. If you dare attack us, you'll be sorry. In other words, you'll be sorry because we will unleash something you've never seen before, something like that. Those aren't his exact words. And it bothered me. You know why it bothered me? Because I didn't like that he said, if you attack us, we will retaliate. I think, if anything, that the October 7th war taught us and all the proxies in the region, what we have learned is that it is not good for us to be sitting ducks waiting to be killed and then have legitimacy to retaliate. We know what Iran's plan is. It is regional, global hegemony. It is wiping the Jewish state off the map. It is engaging proxies to do that, just that. And therefore, no, I do not think a deal is better than military action.
So I want to say the following. We had a very successful 12-day war, and the Iranian regime was exposed as being much weaker than they presented themselves, right? I mean, the truth is Israeli pilots were flying over Tehran, their capital city, and there was no anti-aircraft fire at all. We didn't lose a single plane in all those 12 days of fighting, right? Neither did the Americans, though they were in a more limited way. We were there almost every day for 12 days, and we didn't lose a single pilot. We had freedom of the skies over Iran. And if there is to be a war, and I think it's quite possible because I'm not sure the Iranians will agree to the deal that Trump's going to put on the table. But even if there is a war, I'm also confident that we will be hurt much less than we were in the 12-day war. Because, first of all, Iran's capabilities have been substantially depleted. We've learned important lessons from that war, right? And unlike the previous round of fighting, where Israel stood alone, yes, for the first 10 days of the war until America came in and hit the nuclear targets, very important that they did that. Midnight Hammer, very, very crucial. They did things that we couldn't have done maybe by ourselves, right? So we thank the Americans for doing that. But if the Americans are involved from day one, that means the Iranians, their ability to hurt us will be even more difficult because they'll be facing a U.S. onslaught. But here I want to say something where I do disagree with you. I'm not against Israeli preemption. The 12-day war was started by Israel to deal with the Iranian nuclear program and their ballistic missile program. We took out, the Saddam's nuclear reactor in 1981, and we took out the Syrian nuclear reactor. When was that? That was in 2007. And so I'm not against Israeli preemption. I think in the current and I have no illusions about the Iranian regime and their hostile and aggressive designs towards Israel, and they want to wipe us off the map. I understand all that. But in the current situation, where the U.S. is making these threats and negotiating coercive negotiations with the coercive diplomacy with the Iranians, right? I think now Israel has to say this is now an American-led show, and I think we can't preempt in the current circumstances. If they attack us, as Netanyahu said, we can go all out, and I think America will go all out too, because they'll be breaking. But I think Israel, we're right to send a message to say to the Iranian regime very clearly, you attack us, and we're going to hit you back hard. But the idea that in the current circumstances, where it's very clear it's all a Tehran-Washington battle, and we're on the American side, I think it would be wrong for Israel to preempt at this stage. If the Americans want to go, we're all there with them, right? But I think it would be wrong for U.S.-Israel relations, for Israel today under these specific circumstances that we see, for Israel to preempt.
No, I think that's an excellent point. So basically, though, I do believe, though, that the U.S. should preempt because, again, we should really pray. You said, well, we don't know if the Islamic Republic is going to make a deal. We better hope they don't, because if they do, it will be a lie. It won't be worth the ink on the paper it's written on. They might tactically decide to wait until Trump's term runs out and in the meantime build up all their terrorist proxies and their weapons, etc., as we see Hamas doing in Gaza and everywhere else. So yes, I take it that Israel shouldn't just now attack, and it is possible that we've heard of a bunch of explosions going on in Iran and fires. The regime says that they're gas leaks or something. Israel and the United States deny being behind them, but it's very possible that that's not true. That Israel is behind it, and that's its way of participating, not by preempting a flyover strike, but rather, disrupting disrupting and also disrupting the regime's infrastructure. But what I will say is, I think really now I want to talk about the question of morals. Now,
Can I just before we
Yes.
go to morals, and morals
Yeah.
are important, but I want to raise one issue.
Yes.
When we talk about the sort of deal that might be on the table, okay? And here, if America goes for a deal, I think Israel has to say very public and loudly, like we did after the bad deal of the JC. But even if this is a good deal, we have to say that the deal doesn't bind Israel, that if we think our security is threatened, we will act. I think that's a very important thing as a sovereign country, right? I think we need to say that. And what is my fear, even if it's a very good deal, because the Iranian, and once again, I think the probability is it's not for sure at all. I'm not sure the Iranian regime, because it's such an extreme and crazy regime, they could actually, give Trump an alternative that he has to attack, even though that's not his preference, yes? But even if you hypothetically got a very good deal, right? They could say, we're butting the bullet for 3 years. Trump leaves the White House. Who's going to come afterwards, right? And the person who comes afterwards might not be, might be more of an isolationist or might be more of a pacifist. And if there's
Or a Democrat, heaven forbid.
You could also have a Republican isolationist or pacifist.
Oh, definitely.
All right?
Definitely.
And the Iranians are crazy, but they're very smart. And so they could say, break the deal in small incremental steps, right? And so there wouldn't be necessarily an outright provocation. That'd be my fear, even in the case of a good deal, okay? But I think that if the White House agrees to a deal with the Iranians that on the face of it gives you what you need on the nuclear deal and on the other issues, it's very difficult for Israel to come out and to overturn the table, so to speak. I hope that Trump will, he was very critical of Obama's bad deal. He won't want to be compared to Obama, and he will only agree. This is my hope. I have no guarantee, but this is my hope, that he will only agree to a deal that is genuinely a good deal.
Again, that's not the only thing he doesn't want to be compared to Obama for. In 2009, when the Iranians took to the streets over a stolen election, Obama abandoned them, and Hillary Clinton said, yes, we're observing. Yes, we'd like to see the Iranian people. They have to decide for themselves. That's more important. That I'm not even talking about the JCPOA. I'm talking about the Iranian people. They were abandoned by Obama. And if Trump does the same, he will be no better than Obama. And I don't think he's going to allow himself to go down in history as no better than Obama. And one second, I want to add, there was an Iranian drone that attacked the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Attack. It was
approaching it.
Correct.
And there was another. There was another aggression against U.S. ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and those two things happened a few minutes after or around the time that Steve Witkoff was in Prime Minister Netanyahu's office in Jerusalem discussing this and Gaza. Now, that should have been enough, while Trump is saying, well, the Iranians are saying they're going to make a deal, and there was aggression in this naval aggression against the United States. That should have been sufficient. So the question now is Trump playing a game where he's still waiting for the U.S. military and the Israeli military to give the go-ahead? Because one thing we do know, we've heard it from really reliable sources, that there is a shortage or a problem with, in the U.S. and Israel, interceptors. And it is not that all of this is stalling tactic. But I'll tell you one thing, honestly, it's not just the deal. You keep saying if he can make a deal, he should. No, he should not. And if he abandons the Iranian people the way Obama did, then I will be the first person to go after him for that. I don't think he's going to do that, and I hope he's not going to do it. So far, he has been stellar in the region, other than there is a few things that I really don't like. But in this case, I'm almost certain he's not going to do that. He's not going to allow himself to be humiliated that way.
I want to correct something you said. I said he should go for the deal. I never said he should. I said he will. In other words, I wasn't making a moral statement or an ethical statement. I was saying that if I know Trump, he'll go for a deal if he can get a good deal. That's what I was saying. I didn't say he should. Never said he should. I agree with you that Trump does not want to be known as the anti-Obama.
No, as the Obama.
As the Obama, as the person, he's built himself as the anti-Obama, right? I'm the guy that was willing to use force. I'm America first. I stand up for American power. I'm not afraid to use force when I need to, right? But he's also in parallel, and we've said this before on our podcast, he's also not George W. Bush. He's against nation building. He's against all-out war. He likes his wars to be short and sweet, like they were in the Midnight Hammer, like it was in Venezuela. He doesn't want boots on the ground. He's been very critical of U.S. wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, very critical of his Republican predecessor in that way, and so forth. And so I think the Trump legacy is somewhere that it's not Obama, but it's also not George W. And I think that's the interesting thing to watch. But I've been running away from the ethical side. You want to have a moral discussion about our obligation to the Iranian people and their struggle for democracy.
No. Stop a second. I do not want to use the word democracy or nation building or anything else. I'm talking about mass murder being carried out by Islamists, okay? And that has to a stop has to be put to that, and especially since President Trump promised to help the people. I didn't talk about democracy. I have no idea, but I'll tell you what Trump has in common with all previous U.S. presidents, and it's a Western illness altogether, or you could say it's healthy that the West doesn't think this way, but it's really getting out of hand, and that is misunderstanding the power of religious ideology, especially Islamist religious ideology, and the idea, and this is relevant to Gaza and relevant to Witkoff and Kushner, the idea that really all people just want, and that's why George W. Bush, you mentioned him, it was from a good place. All people just want to live in freedom and have free elections and have democracy. It is a total misreading of Islamic culture, of the Middle East, certainly as it is and as it has been forever, and the idea that somehow all you need is to give people affluence and a reason for all this hope and change. That's very Western. That's not the Middle Eastern mentality. And it's not really even Trump's fault. I don't think he knows about this stuff. And a lot of these, and the people talking to him and whispering in his ear, don't know enough about it. Nor did any of his predecessors, Democrats, Republicans. I think the difference is that the Democrats, when the Democratic Party moved really far, far to the left, it began almost to identify with radical Islamists. There was this kind of marriage, like communist Islamist alliance. The Republicans, it comes from a different place. That comes from also isolationism, traditional in the Republican Party. It used to be very isolationist, but also, this America first. There is a battle over what that means. And as I say, I believe that America, if it has anything, any light to shine on the world, and Israel, we say we're a beacon in the Middle East. It's not that we force democracy on anybody. It's that we see mass murder taking place. If we are being mass murdered as we were on October 7th or in the Holocaust, there is a moral imperative to stand together to fight that.
So first of all, I want to disagree with something you said when you talked about in the Middle East. Okay. And you're correct, and I believe it to be true. You just can't come to a country which has got no democratic traditions and no traditions of independent civil society and say, we're going to have democracy tomorrow and have elections. And it doesn't work. It's a process, right? It's a process. I think if the Mullah regime in Iran was going to fall, and does fall, I think Iran in many ways is uniquely positioned in the Middle East to make something more successful. And let me articulate why. It's because the Iranian people are educated, The Iranian people are a very successful people as a country, right? And they have been under this terrible Islamist regime, what is it, since 1979, right? We're getting close to 50 years. And the people hate the regime. We know that. And so it's not like one warlord taking over another warlord in a place like Somalia or the Libyan civil war where you never had any civil society, right, and so forth. In Iran, there is potential for something good. Will it automatically be a Western democracy straight away? I don't know. But I think the Iranian people do deserve better, and I think they have the ability to do better. And once again, here I think the Americans have been very clear. It's ultimately, and Netanyahu has said this as well in Israel, a regime change is the job of the Iranian people. They have to do it. You raise a different issue about stopping massacres, okay? And here, I think the Iranian regime, from its perspective, has been very clever. Because it's no doubt there were huge massacres around between the 7th and the 9th of January, right? And they really they massacred people, and there are different numbers out there, and you don't know which numbers to believe, but it's clear that thousands, if not tens of thousands of Iranians were murdered in those protests by the regime, by the regime's thugs, and so forth. But it also appears that all the videos that we've been seeing lately are videos predominantly that came out from that period that couldn't come out during that period because of the internet blackout. And the question is, what is the situation today in Iran? And it's my understanding that because of their backlash by the regime against the protests, that everyone knows people who are killed, everyone knows someone, that actually it is quiet in Iran today. So if the killing has stopped because of the atrocities committed by the regime has brought about this quiet, maybe only temporarily, can you say we're going in now to save innocent people?
Absolutely, because if it has slowed down, and we don't know for certain, because as you point out, there are conflicting reports, although all reports say that they're being killed, even in hospitals, wounded people. There are Revolutionary Guards going up and shooting wounded people in the hospitals. We heard reports from doctors claiming that. So we don't know exactly, but absolutely, because if it has quieted down at all, it's because of fear. Because anybody left at home, imagine you have you have teenagers at home, you say to them, you're not going out to the street, you'll be killed. So if it's quieted down, that's the only reason. And no, yes.
I said that.
Yeah, no, but what I mean is you said, and so would this be the time to attack? Yes. The regime has made it very clear what its intentions are. That it occasionally says one thing and says something else out of the other. We know what its intentions are. It never hid it. Let me tell you, you made a point that the Iranian people are special, that they are actually very educated, they're very cultured. That's absolutely true. Interestingly, they had a tradition of Zoroastrianism more than Islam. And I'd like to point out that many of them will say to you, we're different because we're not Arabs. I know I'm not allowed to say that because that sounds racist. No, but they often make a point.
And you see the Iranian diaspora, it's a very successful diaspora.
And the Iranians say, don't lump us in with Arabs. We're not Arabs. We have a different culture. And that is actually true, whether you think Arab culture is good or not. And again, it's not all uniform, of course.
Yeah.
But I do believe the way I believe that the U.S. had a moral imperative to liberate the concentration camps, a moral imperative to fight evil. And that isn't, as I said, it's not a question of regime change, not regime change. I'm not talking about democracy or rebuilding. First of all, Iran wasn't exactly a Western democracy beforehand. The Shah of Iran, he wasn't elected. But ironically, there was backlash against the Shah because he, first of all, he created the most frightening prisons. The Evin prison was under the Shah. The Shah also loved luxury, and he spent a lot of money on himself and his palace, while the Iranian people resented that. But He loved Hollywood. He loved America. He liked Israel. He was on the verge of gradual reforms. And that's when the radicals slipped into the cracks. So again, I don't know what'll happen afterwards, but I can tell you one thing. This idea that you have to be careful because when one regime is toppled, you never know what will come after. That's true. Worse than what is going on in Iran since 1979, there won't be something worse. That's for sure.
I agree with you on that. I think that whatever would come after the Islamic regime would be better. Better for the people of Iran, better for the neighborhood, better for the world. That I'm not arguing. I don't think it can get worse than the current regime. Right? That I accept. The question, though, that's a theoretical question. The real question facing us today is what should America do? Okay, and that the jury is out. And I don't know, will we have an answer by the time we meet next week to discuss this?
Well, I certainly hope we will, but we say that every week, and so far it has not materialized.
And which also says something about Trump, because sometimes Trump is portrayed in Western media and in American media as being this cowboy who's shooting from the hip, but it's, and it actually, obviously there's the bluster, but is he not... maybe I'll just say this to finish our weekly podcast. He seems to me in many ways, I mean, he's got that sort of theatrical side to him as well, but is there not a method to the madness? Is he not actually a very shrewd international player? And with that, I say farewell until next week, Ruthie.
Looking forward to it.
If I was to tell you that the most intense battlefield between Israel and Iran today has no tanks, no jets, no missiles, just servers, cables, and a few very quiet rooms of people who don't give interviews, you might think that I'm being metaphorical, but I'm not. Because Israel has built not one Iron Dome, 2 Iron Domes. One is the Iron Dome that everybody knows about, with the interceptors in the skies that intercept rockets that have been knocked down over cities. But there is a second Iron Dome. It doesn't explode, it doesn't light up the night, and it never shows up on the evening news. It's the digital Iron Dome. And in early 2026, that second Iron Dome may be doing more work than anyone realizes, because it's intercepting threats long before they ever become headlines. There's no air raid sirens, there's no dramatic footage, no heroic music swelling in the background. It's just people and keystrokes. And you know what? Here is the irony. Israel's most effective defense system may also be the one you never see and never hear about and never fully understand. Because the moment it gets public explanation, something has already gone very, very wrong. I'm Daron Spielman, and welcome back to True East. For decades, the Israel-Iran conflict has been described in very familiar language. Missiles, proxies, nuclear centrifuges, red lines, and speeches at the United Nations that sound urgent, but change absolutely nothing. But running quietly alongside all of that is another war. It's one that doesn't aim to destroy buildings, but to interrupt the thinking of Israel's enemies. Cyber defense does not create images of victory. It creates uncertainty. And it is uncertainty that is devastating for the regimes that depend on rigid hierarchy, a central command, and ideological discipline. That's why Israel didn't stumble into cyber warfare. As a matter of fact, since the early 2000s, Israel has deliberately built 2 defensive layers, one physical and one digital. But they're both designed to do the exact same thing: stop the threats before civilians pay the price. The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit is coming this April. April 15th through 17th, once again at the Waldorf Astoria in Jerusalem. I'll be there, and I really hope you'll join us too. You can visit jnssummit.org to register and to see the speaker lineup. It's an exceptional group this year. I look forward to meeting you in Jerusalem this April. According to foreign sources, the first proof that possibly this was in theory came long before today's headlines. In fact, it came in Iran. In 2009, engineers working at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility, yes, that is the same nuclear facility that Israel and the United States bombed just a few months ago. Researchers there began seeing something very strange. Centrifuges began to fail. Then more failed. Then hundreds failed. But the screens told them everything was fine. The rotational speeds of the centrifuges looked normal. The temperatures looked stable. There were no alarms. What they didn't know was that a worm had entered into their system, not malware that smashed files, a worm that lied. It fed false data to Iranian operators while quietly altering the centrifuge speeds, pushing them just far enough, often just enough to cause physical destruction. Machines began to tear themselves apart while the engineers were trusting the numbers in front of them. Now, this wasn't sabotage in the traditional sense. It was deception, weaponized. Called Stuxnet, it didn't bomb Iran's nuclear program. It convinced Iran to sabotage itself. Now, according to reporting by the New York Times and the Washington Post, and confirmed by multiple cybersecurity firms, the worm, which was possibly developed by the United States and Israel, exploited several zero-day vulnerabilities, which are security holes unknown even to the system's engineers. Now, at the time, building something like that took years and enormous resources, so much so that researchers concluded only a state actor could afford it. And that matters, because cyber warfare at this level isn't opportunistic, it is strategic, which raises the obvious question. Why was this deployed against, of all places, Iran? Meaning there are other hostile regimes out there. There's North Korea, there's Russia and China. But we have to understand from the very beginning, Iran is different because Iran openly seeks the destruction of another state. And because if Iran crosses the nuclear threshold, it doesn't stop with Iran. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, even possibly the UAE, a Middle East with multiple nuclear actors is not a Cold War scenario. It's absolute chaos. Unlike other nuclear rivalries, Iran's doctrine, it's not about stability. It's ideological. And ideology mixed with nuclear weapons does not deter, it escalates. That's why Israel views Iran not as one threat amongst many, but as the organizing threat. Since Stuxnet, cyber warfare hasn't remained exceptional. It has become permanent, and the battlefield has exploded in scale. In just 2 days today, the world produces as much data as it did from the beginning of civilization until 2003. By 2019, nearly half the homes on Earth had a computer. By 2021, 2 years later, there were roughly 15 billion mobile phones worldwide. By 2022, more than 26 billion devices were connected to the internet. Every one of those devices is progress, and everyone is also a potential entry point. Cyber warfare doesn't require divisions or air wings. It requires access, which is why non-state actors embraced it, especially those losing on the battlefield. Now that brings us to Hezbollah. Hezbollah did not invent cyber warfare, but it did professionalize it as a proxy. Just like Hezbollah is a physical proxy for Iran, Hezbollah is a digital proxy of Iran. Long before its battlefield losses, Hezbollah began building a dedicated cyber unit known as Cedar. Cedar is not a loose group of hackers. It's structured, trained, funded, and directed by Iran. Its headquarters operates out of Dahiya in southern Lebanon. The mission of Cedar is not random disruption. It is strategic harassment, data theft, and psychological pressure. After Israel strikes in 2024 decimated Hezbollah's commanders and weapon stockpiles, Cedar didn't shrink, it expanded. Following Israel's pager and communications operation in September 2024, which killed, maimed, and incapacitated large numbers of Hezbollah operatives, Cedar's budget reportedly increased by hundreds of percent. According to Lebanese cybersecurity experts, more than 300 hackers now operate there, paid directly by Iran. This was not an improvisation, it was adaptation. Hezbollah shifted from rockets to routers. Then came October 7th. And while the world focused on the physical horrors of that day, a parallel escalation unfolded online. Within hours, previously unknown hacker groups emerged claiming access to Israeli civilian and military data. Over the following weeks, tens of thousands of records were leaked. Medical files, identity databases, personal information of civilians and soldiers. More than 15 cyber groups linked to Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas participated. Some of them dumped the data publicly, others seeded it into the dark web. All of it was designed to intimidate, destabilize, and erode trust. Again, this wasn't spontaneous, it was coordinated. And just like before October 7th, the indicators were there. So the question is, how does Israel respond? Not with speeches, but with quick organizational structure. Israel's cyber strategy today rests on three pillars: early detection of threats, active disruption of enemy means, and strategic ambiguity. The first is early detection. Israel treats the cyberspace the same way that we treat the airspace. Every abnormal signal matters. Tens of thousands of hostile probes are detected daily and traced to Iranian-linked infrastructure, targeting power grids, water systems, hospitals, and even the financial networks. In 2020, an Iranian cyber operation attempted to manipulate chlorine levels in Israeli water facilities. It failed, not because of dramatic retaliation, but because the system noticed something that didn't belong. That's the point. Quiet competence. The second area is active disruption. Cyber defense in Israel doesn't sit still. If a hostile network is identified and mapped, it may quietly stop working the way it was meant to. Servers might begin to fail. Communications lag. Infrastructure and instructions arrive late or not at all. Iranian cyber units linked to the IRGC have suffered repeated unexpected breakdowns. During moments of regional tension, most were never acknowledged publicly, but the pattern is there. And the third is strategic ambiguity. Israel almost never confirms cyber success because cyber deterrence works best when your adversary cannot measure the damage. Missile defense is very visible. Cyber defense lives in the mind. Iran must assume that any digital move, any escalation, any coordination across its proxies may have already been compromised. That moment of hesitation, it matters, because hesitation destroys their momentum. Now, critics will say that cyber warfare doesn't stop missiles, and they are correct. They'll say cyber tools can't prevent nuclear proliferation. That's also partially true. But that really misses the point of what cyber is. Cyber is not a replacement. It is a multiplier. It buys times and it degrades confidence. It forces doubt, and authoritarian systems, they fear doubt more than they fear bombs. Who failed? Who leaked the information? Who sabotaged us? Now that suspicion corrodes power from the inside. The future of warfare is not cyber or kinetic. It is both together. Cyber is digital, kinetic is traditional warfare. It is not one or the other. It's both. And probably the clearest example of that that's ever been seen in world history was when Israel hit Hezbollah's communication network in 2024. Almost at the same time, thousands of pagers and walkie-talkies went off. That wasn't a message. That was an operation. It showed what this is becoming: the digital layer and the physical layer moving together, deliberately in the same moment. And if you're paying attention, that's the direction that war is headed. Cyber defense does not make the headlines, but it does shape the outcome. That is the real insight into the digital Iron Dome. I'm Daron Spielman, and this was True East.
My name is Nathan Levy. I'm a professional MMA fighter representing Israel in the UFC and different big organizations.
I think UFC is one of the biggest things that President Trump really, really, really loves.
Yeah.
So he saw you?
Maybe. It depends which fights he watches, but I've seen he goes to all the fights in Miami. He's a big fan of the sport. and he's actually one of the people who supported the sport from the beginning. When nobody wanted to put it on, he put it on in his own hotels. So he's a big supporter of our sport.
Amazing. So please tell me a little bit about yourself. What are you doing here? How do you support Israel?
So I try to support Israel the best I can. I try to support my Jewish brothers and sisters here in the US and in Israel and around the world. What I'm focusing on, for one, of course, is my own fighting career, winning fights, showing Jews that we can be strong, we can be tough, we can fight. Of course, we have a brain and we're going to use it. But if we ever need to use our fists, we can. But in life, this is always the last option. As in self-defense, you only use it if you absolutely must. The other thing is to teach these principles, to teach self-defense to Jewish Americans so they can stand strong and proud. I'm actually here with the organization Stand Strong. So this is what we do together. We teach self-defense to Jewish people, especially youth across North America.
Wow, it's amazing. You know, I get so many comments, like everything that happens like online, if I see like anti-Semitism in the metro or like I get comments like, where is Nathan Levy? He needs to come here, he needs to fight them. So what kind of comments do you get?
Yeah, I get a lot of hate from haters, people who don't like to see a strong Jew, but also I get a lot of love, and I get a lot of messages from Jewish youth who tell me, just now, because of you, I started training martial arts. Because of you, I started going to the gym. So one girl one time wrote me, I wanted to be on the swim team, but everybody told me I'm Jewish, so I can only be an agent and not an athlete. But thanks to you, I became a swimmer. So for me, this is worth more than any win in the cage, any championship belt. For me to inspire and strengthen my community, the little that I can do, for me, it's my duty in life.
Did you feel any kind of anti-Semitism towards you?
Of course, all the time, every morning.
Like what? In the streets?
No, almost never ever face to face. People are much braver behind the keyboard. They write me some nasty stuff. One time somebody asked me, how often do you think about being Jewish and an athlete and how does it come together? And I tell them, I don't need to think about being Jewish. Every morning when I wake up, people remind me. And they write me nasty messages. But again, to me, it only means that they don't like what they're seeing.
Yeah.
They are my enemy and they're not happy with what they're seeing. So it means I'm doing something good.
Do you have a memory? I don't know. It happens sometimes to you that you punch someone in the street because he insulted you?
No, I never ever punch anybody in the street. And like I said, this would be only a last resort. If you can not be in a situation where there could be violence, that is the best defense. That is the number one rule in self-defense. After that, if you can escape, if you can maybe take your ego down and instead of escalating, de-escalating, hey man, I'm sorry, I don't want to fight.
Yeah.
Right? But at some point, some people just want to fight. Some people definitely just want to attack Jewish people. And then what I think is that apologizing, appeasing them is only going to show them that you're prey and they are the predator. Instead of that, we need to flip it. We need to show that as Jews, we're strong. I'm not the one you want to mess with. Go find someone else, because if you try to hurt me, you're the one that's going to get hurt.
What happened after October 7?
After October 7, so many things, but I'll say from my angle here in America, anti-Semitism has been going rampant. Before October 7th, 68% of Jewish college students have said they at least once, denied being Jewish for shame or for fear of being hurt.
Right.
I'm only guessing the numbers now are much higher. And this is a very sad thing. This is not the reality I want to live in. So I'm putting all my power on my message for Jewish people to be proud.
That's the next question. What message, long message, would you like to send to the Jewish people here in Israel?
Yeah, just first of all, be proud of who you are, for what you stand for. Never let anybody shame you or scare you into hiding who you are. And of course, I would love for you to be able to back it up if you ever need. Go learn self-defense, go train, fight, get yourself stronger. It's also a mitzvah in the Torah to take care of your body, so please do that.
Nathan Levy, thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Diva Klein, coming to you live from Israel, breaking down for you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. Here is everything that you need to know. As of this hour, Prime Minister Netanyahu is abroad the wings of Zion as he heads to Washington, D.C. ahead of talks with President Donald Trump. Netanyahu is expected to land in the U.S. Capitol around 6 p.m. local time and will meet with Trump in the White House tomorrow. Now, the purpose of the trip is reportedly for Netanyahu to present Israel's security needs while negotiations between the United States and the Islamic regime of Iran continue in Oman. Let's take a listen to Netanyahu's words before departing the country.
אני יוצא עכשיו לארצות הברית לנסיעה השביעית שלי להיפגש עם הנשיא טראמפ מאז שהוא נבחר בקדנציה השנייה. זה כמובן לא כולל את הביקור הבלתי נשכח שלו בישראל והנאום שלו בכנסת. אני חושב שהדברים האלה משקפים את הקרבה הייחודית והיחסים באמת היוצא הדופן שיש לנו עם ארצות הברית, לי אישית עם הנשיא ולמדינת ישראל עם ארצות הברית. דבר שלא היה כמוהו בתולדותינו. בנסיעה הזאת אנחנו נדון בשורה של נושאים, עזה, האזור, אבל כמובן בראש ובראשונה במשא ומתן עם איראן. אני אציג בפני הנשיא את התפיסות שלנו לגבי העקרונות במשא ומתן, העקרונות החשובים. ובעיניי הם עקרונות חשובים לא רק לישראל, אלא לכל מי שבעולם רוצה שלום וביטחון במזרח התיכון. תודה רבה לכם.
Iranian security chief Ali Larijani has arrived in Muscat to join talks amid new reports that negotiations are expected to pick up the pace in the coming days. Israel will not tolerate a deal in which the nuclear threat is addressed, but the ballistic missile program stays untouched. The prime minister is expected to argue that this is a historic opportunity. Iran, he will say, is weakened, its regional proxies are under pressure, and its missile program must be curbed now to prevent future war. Netanyahu will also signal Israel's willingness to support any American military action, framing Israel as a force multiplier rather than a liability. And in Gaza, the IDF confirmed striking Hamas terrorists in southern Gaza's Rafah. According to the military, the strikes were a direct response to continuous Hamas violations of the ceasefire understandings, when troops came under fire yesterday by Hamas terrorists who emerged from an underground tunnel, armed and ready to fight. A report by Ynet quotes a commander of the IDF's combat engineer unit who said the soldiers were surprised by the attack. No injuries to troops were reported, but the commander stressed the terrorists' resolve to fight face-to-face caught them off guard. The strikes from today come as plans to insert the International Stabilization Force in Gaza see a significant development. The Indonesian military announced it will send several thousand troops to Gaza, marking the first foreign force to enter Gaza under the new framework. There is no official date yet for the deployment, and Israel is yet to comment on this claim. And the IDF released new footage of an operation that took place a few months ago in southern Syria. IDF troops located a weapons storage depot belonging to Palestinian Islamic Jihad. In the operation, IDF forces from Division 210 located and destroyed the warehouse located in Bet Jan, eliminating firearms, mines, and communications gears used for attacks on Israel's northern front. And in a disturbing update, the Shin Bet Israeli intelligence revealed a Lebanese recruitment operation, which has now thankfully been dismantled. According to authorities, Lebanese citizens not yet proven to be affiliated with Hezbollah, but heavily suspected so, have recruited 5 Palestinians living in Judea and Samaria to document Israeli settlements in the area to advance terror attacks. The operation has been thwarted and no injuries or damages were caused. And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. That's breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code that's on your screen now to join the WhatsApp channel and get updates straight from the heart of Israel. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel in the heart of the Middle East. I'm Diva Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
our goal is to end the loneliness epidemic. Loneliness is more dangerous in this world than nearly any other challenge that's out there. The Surgeon General in the U.S. talked about that loneliness is more dangerous than smoking 2 packs of cigarettes every single day.
Stop it.
This is true.
What?
So you can start smoking now. Just have lots of friends.
I can't. I'm allergic. I hate it, but fine.
As do I.
Oh my gosh. What?
So Meetup is all about helping people find and build community. Whether you're single and you're looking for that significant other, whether you're married and you're looking for a book club for you and your spouse.
Welcome to the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Aliza Ben Shalom, and today I am here with David Siegel. He is the CEO of Meetup, the largest platform for finding and building local community. Prior to Meetup, he was the CEO of Investopedia, and before that, the president of Seeking Alpha. He is a leadership professor at Columbia University, or was, because he just made Aliyah. Woohoo! Very excited about that. And he is the author of the best-selling book, Decide and Conquer. I'm obsessed with that name. We are so happy to be here with you, and I feel so blessed to get to meet you. You're here. You made it.
We made it. I'm glad you're obsessed with the name because my wife came up with a name because she loved the idea, divide and conquer, and said decide and conquer. I was like, that's it. You nailed it. And, one of the many amazing things about my wife for 26 years.
So show us this book, Decide and Conquer, and give me a little flavor of it.
Sure. I mean, ultimately, we all make thousands of decisions every day. Right. And if you're in a leadership position, you're running a company, you're working in a company, you make little small decisions. How long should I go for lunch? Should I go for lunch with someone? To very major decisions about strategy, et cetera. And being a leader is really hard, right. And running a company is difficult, and it takes people through all the different steps in decision making. And when I became the CEO of Meetup, and we were owned by WeWork and Adam Newman, and it was a crazy experience. There were many decisions we had to make around the future of what the company would look like. And then when COVID hit, for example, and we're all about getting together in person,
right? And new decisions had to be made. How do you meet up if you can't meet up?
Exactly. How do you meet up if you can't meet up in person? And a lot of decisions had to be made around that. Do we shut the company down? And it was a great roller coaster story, and that's we decided to write a book. The book was really more therapy than anything else because after surviving WeWork, surviving COVID, we did a buyout of the company and just came out. And if people are interested in decision-making strategies and biases, go for it.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm excited to check out the book and read it. So Meetup, the platform it's this mission to bring people together. What first drew you to this company, this idea, this concept of bringing people together, this is a good thing and I see potential here?
Yeah. Meetup is all about using technology to get people off of technology.
Ugh, brilliant line.
We are all using so much technology every day, but we can't just say, just go into the woods and live your life in the woods. It doesn't work. So how do you take advantage of what we are using and fix that? Our goal is to end the loneliness epidemic. Loneliness is more dangerous in this world than nearly any other challenge that's out there. The Surgeon General in the U.S. talked about that loneliness is more dangerous than smoking 2 packs of cigarettes every single day.
Stop it.
This is true.
What?
So you can start smoking now. Just have lots of friends.
I can't. I'm allergic. I hate it, but fine.
As do I.
Oh my gosh. What?
So Meetup is all about helping people find and build community. Whether you're single and you're looking for that significant other, whether you're married and you're looking for a book club for you and your spouse. The biggest groups are tech groups. In Israel in particular, there's tremendous numbers of Meetup events and Meetup groups. We have 80 million users across the globe.
Wow.
So it's a really special organization.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're just taking it to the next level.
That's the hope.
And you made Aliyah, you're here, and you can work from online, and you don't need to meet up. No, you can meet up with people that are here.
We are meeting up with everyone, and it's amazing that the term Meetup really came from the concept of Meetup. And I'll tell you the founding story of Meetup because it's pretty interesting. I did not found the company. I became the CEO, and then actually I sold the company last year. The founder of the company started Meetup as a result of September 11th. And what happened was the Twin Towers went down. He felt lonely. He felt he needed to be with people. He met all these people, and no one wanted to be by themselves because of tragedy. The tragedy was connecting people. And he said, it shouldn't be that only tragedy is needed to build community, to build connections? How do I build a platform outside of tragedy? How do I build a platform where people can really connect with each other because of shared common interests and identities? And then he built Meetup. Adam Newman and WeWork acquired Meetup, and then they hired me to take over for the founder.
Wow. And I think you love it because you look excited about it and so happy.
Listen, it changes people's lives. The number of people that have said to me things like, without Meetup, I wouldn't have found my spouse. Without Meetup, I wouldn't have found my business partner. Without Meetup, I may not even be here now because I was depressed and I was lonely, and I found my people in Meetup. And I thought I was the only person that was
And I realized I wasn't the only one.
Yep.
Ugh. So I want to dig into it a little because I want to know what you've observed about how people form trust. Because now we're meeting up with literally total strangers that become these friends. And how quickly do we trust somebody? Or where is the intersection between trust versus I have no idea who you are, you could be a psychopath from online? How does trust develop? Is there any, I don't know if it's research or data or information that you have on that?
Okay, I'm going to tell a very quick story on that one. So when I was CEO of Investopedia, we were owned by Barry Diller, and I had the opportunity to spend time with Jack Welch. Jack Welch at the time was the CEO of the largest market cap company in the world, General Electric. I said to Jack won the greatest manager of the entire 20th century. He was awarded by Time magazine. So I went to him and I said, what's the most important thing in running an organization, in building community? What's the most important thing you could do? And he said, the number one thing is trust. So your question is very important. And I said, okay, how do you build trust? How do you build trust? What's the best thing to do to build trust? And he said, it's all about transparency. By being transparent about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and not just being a cheerleader, not just saying, this is amazing, that's amazing. If you have some meetup group, you're gonna change your life. It's saying, and it's true in relationships too, saying, I trust someone much more if they're vulnerable, if they're transparent about their challenges. If someone's only talking about themselves like they're the greatest things in the world, I don't want to trust that person because then they're just trying to sell me something. If someone's being honest and open about the challenges that they have in business, in life.
You get both sides. I see you're a real person. I can connect to you more.
Exactly.
Wow.
So I think that's the most important thing in trust, is being your authentic self and understanding that no one's perfect, and that's how you really connect with people.
I have this vision, as you say the word trust, kind of like clear, transparent, like visually in my mind as I'm seeing it, like that's trust. Is this I have trust and transparency are now forever forged in my brain.
Exactly, and they work. Good alliterations, right?
Yeah, perfect. I like alliterations. Often I see singles that are trying new methods to like put themselves out there. And as somebody who has basically built his career on, I would say, like this experimentation, this relationship, this trust, this connection, how do you encourage somebody to take these risks? Because it's not so easy to do, right? It's like, I want to do that. And then you try it and you're like, oh, whoa, just kidding. Like, I can't take a risk like that.
It's incredibly intimidating to go to a meetup event or any event by yourself.
Right.
You go against the wall. You don't know if you're going to know anyone, and it's scary. So step number one is try to find someone to go with. That always helps.
Okay, start with a friend.
Start with a friend.
So it's the two of you going to meet up. We've also now doubled the numbers of people that might show up.
Which makes me meet up happy, so we like when that happens.
Okay.
But the number of people have told me that they've driven up to an event, and they sit in the car, and they're just afraid to get out. Because for many people, there's introverts and extroverts. You're an extrovert, I'm an extrovert. Many people in this world are introverts. And having to go to an event, having to meet that potential significant other, when you're an introvert, it's very scary. It's very intimidating. So one of the things I like to tell people is there are singles events, and there's just broad events around a topic that you're interested in. And I'll share another story, actually, which is I met this meetup organizer, and he said to me, David, I have to tell you what happened. He has a networking group, and he has a bowling group. And he said, the reason I created a bowling group is just to meet people, and network group I did in order to, find my next job. And he said, the bowling group I ended up getting my last 2 jobs from, and the networking group I ended up meeting my best friend. So my point to that is in terms of dating, if you go to an event that has potentially nothing, it could be a hiking event, it could be a book club, it could be anything that's just an area that you're passionate about, where you can meet people that are equally passionate about Harry Potter movies or whatever it is, go to areas that you're passionate about Build relationships around things that you care a lot about. You like soccer? Play soccer with people. Great. And amazing relationships and things can develop. So that's kind of my advice. You don't necessarily need to go to these networking events or big singles events. Find an area of passion and you'll find your people.
Go have fun. Go bowling. You might get your next job.
Exactly. You never know. Just get out and do things and great things happen.
Do stuff. Do stuff. Get
Nike,
out.
Nike knew what it was doing there.
Right.
Just
do it and get out of your house. COVID's over. It's fine. We can move on with our lives and we can actually meet up. I want to shift a little bit. In your journey as a CEO, what's one decision that maybe you would look back and say, I think that was a mistake? Something maybe, I don't know, could be early on, could be later on, a valuable lesson and something that helps us to understand how we make decisions. And we know sometimes we win, right? And we made the right decision. And sometimes we win because we made a decision and it was the wrong decision. And now we have clarity and we can move on.
I love that you said that. I'll just quote Teddy Roosevelt, former American president, who said, the best decisions are great decisions, the next best decisions are bad decisions, and the worst decision is no decision. So what you were saying is exactly right. The mistake that I would say that I made, and this is an embarrassing thing, not just once, but multiple times in my career, is I was ambitious. I wanted to become a CEO of a company earlier in my career. And oftentimes I made decisions that were in my best interest, but weren't necessarily in the best interest of the company. So an example of that would be I developed a new technology when I worked for a pharmacy chain, and the technology had major business problems and technical problems, but I wanted to keep expanding and growing it. And we expanded it to 200 different locations, and that was wonderful, and the technology didn't work, and I was fired. I think my point there is what I oftentimes tell people who work for me is the most selfish thing you could do in an organization and in a relationship is to be unselfish. If you try to continuously do things that are just in your best interest, do things about your ego, your self-aggrandizement, you're making yourself look better all the time, you're going to end up looking worse. And I think that's a big mistake that I made. And I think the more unselfish you can be, that doesn't mean not taking credit for things. It doesn't mean, being a pushover. But it means finding ways to do things to just genuinely help other people. You know what? Karma. Good things happen. Set up other people, and you will end up finding that significant other too.
Right. I was going to say set up other people, and you'll be set up. I had the.
It's true, though.
Right. Okay, so leading into dating and marriage, people always struggle with this analysis paralysis. Do I date you? Should I go on another date? Should I go on a fifth date? Should I marry you? Or maybe I'm going to break up with you. And I'm always thinking, should I marry you or maybe I should break up? Like, how did we get to the point that either we're getting married or this whole thing is over? What is it with decisions? Teach me about decision making. Give me the lingo and the jargon and how do people get through this a little bit more gracefully?
Okay, I love it. So everyone has an energy and a reason that is the most overwhelming reason of why they make a decision. For too many people, fear is a basis for decisions.
I'm taking notes here. Keep talking. I'm not even joking here. Fear, top decision.
And when people make decisions out of fear, it turns into, oh my God, I got to get married now because I was just the bridesmaid at 10 other weddings and I'm fearful. Oh my God, this isn't the right person for me. I got to shut this relationship down so I can start something else. Fear. When people are driven through fear, it's a big problem. When you're driven through love, I don't mean love in terms of romantic love. I mean loving what you're doing, loving yourself, loving how you spend your time. You are doing things that are your true, authentic self. Good things happen. I think another big thing is, frankly, self-awareness and the inclination for people and decisions to just lie to themselves all the time.
So true.
Versus to say, hey, we talked earlier about failures and introspection and transparency and saying, hey, here's something I'm not good at. What do I do to take that into account? So we talked a little bit about biases up front. So I'll give you an example. One of the biggest and most problematic decision-making biases, general in life, is recency bias. It's, let's say you dated 10 different people, and the last person you dated was super duper outgoing. So outgoing, you're just like, oh my God, it's pulling energy away. So then what do? the next person you decide that you want to go out with is going to be the exact opposite of that.
The rebound, the opposite.
The rebound, the opposite. And then people keep flip-flopping.
Oh, and they
now
rebound back and forth. From a recency bias.
From recency bias.
Wow.
Rather than looking at the last 10 different people you did and say, okay, what's the theme here? You overemphasize the last experience. So I'll give you a good example of that. You go to a great restaurant.
Yeah.
Food's okay, but then the dessert is mouth-watering amazing. You're like, wow, I love this restaurant. Recency bias. You do yoga, and at the end of yoga, you lie down on the ground and you do a shavasana, right? And you're
yeah. In that moment, you're just done. You're so happy. Life is good.
So happy. I should do yoga again. Recency bias, the last thing you just did was shavasana. If this was contorted position at the end, you'd be like, I don't want to do that again. Recency bias has such a dramatic impact in unfortunately biasing people around kind of making smart decisions because they just want to do the exact opposite of the negative experience that they might have had.
Obsessed with this, and we're going to talk off air because I have a whole bunch of other questions related to this whole decision-making thing. But just to let you know, I had a client who must have understood this principle at a root level, and she gave me a whole graph and chart, and she started telling me, well, this boyfriend like this, she like ranked them, graded them, she had a whole thing, and this works for me and this doesn't, but it wasn't on one person, it was like the last 10 experiences.
Beautiful.
And she presented me this whole chart, and I was like, okay, well, you are one of my spreadsheet people. What shall we do with all of this information, and where do we go with it? But I think it's fascinating. It's not just the last thing. It's the last things. It's many of them all put together, even maybe over years to really get true perspective. Otherwise, you're just dealing in the moment. Mm-hmm. Okay, so as we are moving on and shifting, talking about maybe coaches or leaders or people who are prone to maybe making a fast decision or daters, how do you help somebody to get out of their own way and it'd be great if I could always look back and have that perspective, but are there any other tools that we can have to help us not make a really fast decision?
Okay. So again, it starts with knowing yourself. If you say, I make decisions too slowly, analysis process, okay, that means just do it. You got to move fast, got to go. If you're the opposite and you make decisions way too quickly, not thoughtfully enough, you say yes to too many things, you're dating 3-4 different people at the same time, great. So I'm a big believer in creating rules and forcing mechanisms.
We're going to be good friends. I love rules. Go ahead. Keep going. I'm taking notes.
I'll give you my personal forcing mechanism because I like exercise is I'm not allowed to shower until after I exercise. And that's my punishment for not exercising. I need to shower first. So I twin a negative thing and a positive thing together in order to do that negative thing that I don't necessarily want to do.
Brilliant.
So
not good for mommies. I mean, we just shower twice a week. That's all we have time for. But yes,
that's pretty good twice a week from when we had young kids.
Once a week with young kids.
So what I would say to a person that makes decisions too quickly is to say, okay, what rules can I set up? So for example, a rule can be, I am going to give everyone a second chance. That's a rule. Mm-hmm. Unless there's
and I'm not doing it because I like them, and I'm not doing it because I think there's potential. I'm just doing it because I made a rule.
Because I made the rule, and I'm going to keep to that rule. And you know what? Sometimes in that second chance, you could have an amazing experience. It's just a rule that you're going to live by no matter what. Another rule can be, even if I had a not great conversation before we got together, we're still going to get together. Because a lot of times people call.
Have bad conversations, phone calls, texting, and done.
Exactly. A lot of texting and then ghosting after texting, which not that I would know, I've been married 26 years, but so I hear from friends. At least we didn't have text, we barely had ghosts back then. So I think developing those rules for yourself in terms of dating, I think can be incredibly important. And if you make decisions too quickly, again, what are the rules that I could live by? Well, one of them is, okay, a rule that I'm going to have is I am not going to care about these 15 different criteria that all have to be boxes that I check in order for me to say this person's the right person. I'm going to go a little bit more with my heart rather than just the laundry list, pro-cons list of analysis. And I think if people go with their heart, they're oftentimes very surprised about how different it is than their head. And they can end up being a lot happier.
I really like it. And the thing about rules, just to step back, for me, I also learned there's always exceptions to a rule, which, by the way, doesn't cancel the rule. It's just this time I'm not following the rule, but every other time I go back to actually having the rule. And that's been something that's been really helpful.
Nice. A rule is your anchor. You shouldn't be miserable having to keep to these rules. That doesn't work.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so talking about things that don't work, failure is a part of the business process, every business process, and it's a part of the dating process and leadership. What's your advice for pushing past this fear of failure or seeing mistakes as more than just a learning moment? Everybody can go, oh, I learned something from this. But more than that, what is failure in a sense?
Failure is looking at an experience and believing that that failure is who you are as a person, is personifying an experience versus saying, this was a great learning. The famous thing is to say either I'll win or I'll learn. And if you have that kind of an attitude, I will win or I will learn versus I will win or I will lose, you could go very, very far. Imposter syndrome is so systemic and so problematic, and people oftentimes associate it with women, but it's absolutely true for both women and for men. People think they're not good enough. People think they're not worthy.
Right.
And lack self-esteem for whatever different reasons that they may have in life. And there's such a fear of failure. What it results is a fear of actually doing anything. And then no one gets out. No one meets people, and great things don't end up happening. Luck doesn't happen. Lucky things happen to people. You have those serendipitous moments in life because you're getting out and doing something. And the more different things you do, coming on your wonderful podcast, writing a book, reading a book, meeting people, going to an event, that's how serendipity happens. And that's how amazing things happen in life. And people are afraid to do things. And the reason why is because they don't want to think that they are a failure as a person. The key is separating it out. This experience, this event failed. This job failed. This relationship failed. That doesn't mean that I'm a failure. It means I learned a lot.
I learned a lot. I walked away. I'm richer because of this moment.
Failure is great. Failure
No,
means
it's true.
more learning.
It's so true.
You learn so much.
But
It's
sometimes
great.
there's really expensive lessons, either financially or emotionally, and I've experienced both of those. And I can think of, business times where I have made a really expensive, bad decision. Now, I tried to comfort myself saying, but you made a decision and like you won't make the same mistake twice, we hope, right? And we have all of these things that go through our minds. And even though it's a little self-soothing, but it's not, we don't like failure. Like we haven't made peace with failure.
I love failing.
Yeah, I think we need to make peace with failure.
I love failing. I love growing. I love learning. I think through failure, through pain, through challenges, that's how you become the best person you could be.
Okay, that's good because dating, I always tell people 99% of the time you're going to, quote, fail. You won't meet that person, but you'll succeed because you'll have had an experience. You'll get, one step closer, as we say. But we fail basically all the time. And then, once you get married, yay, good job, you did it, right? Out of 100 dates, you married one person, and we call that success. So I do try to, shift people's mindsets around failure, but I think we need a whole generation of let's maybe
there was a lot of coddling and trophy giving when this generation was younger that people didn't fail.
Well, there's yes days. My kids are like, Ima, can we have a yes day? No, you can't have a yes day, but I want a fail day. Let's have a fail day. You can just fail doing whatever you want today. Just do it and get it wrong and then pick yourself up and go do something else and go fail again. I feel like if we could do that, maybe we need that in dating also. I need a meetup group. It's like the failed dating group, right? Everybody should be in it. There's nobody
everyone would be in it. I'll just say one more thing about failing. I feel like life in general is just a process of getting to know who you really are.
Yeah.
And I turned 50 this past year. And at 50, I feel like I know who I am, more comfortable who I am than when I was 40, and 40 than 30. When you fail, that's the best way to learn what you care about, who you are, what you bring to things, whether you're faking something or whether you really do genuinely care about it. Failure is great.
Yeah, it's true. I'm 48, so I'm approaching this moment of aha and really knowing myself well. Okay. I feel like there's a million questions I have here. Okay. Specifically, I'm going to lean into dating and I'm going to just suck your brain and extract all of the wisdom about decision making and all of that. So
I'm ready to fail on the answer.
Okay, good. I always encourage people to have trusted voices and people by their side. And the Eliza rule of thumb, and I want to know yours, is no less than 1, no more than 5. And the reason I get 5 is because, like, parents, sometimes if they have a lot of siblings, parents, the two of them will be one because they're one soul. That's my negotiation. But then, like, a sibling and a coworker and a mentor. And so mine is like no less than 1, no more than 5, because otherwise you have too many voices in your head. And then people talk to me and they're like, well, Eliza, I think this. And I'm like, oh, do you really think that? And they go, no, my mother told me that. My sister told me that. My friend told me that. I'm like, that's not valuable. I want to know what you think. And I want you to have input from your trusted circle of influence. But how many people are appropriate to have in this circle of influence to make decisions and to fail right?
I love it. Okay, so I'm going to use a term that you may write down. We'll see.
All right, yeah, here we go.
Get the pen ready. Here we go. So in business, when you're a leader, you have a board of directors. So I believe that every person should have their personal board of directors.
I am writing it down.
Okay. And I think the idea is that your personal board of directors is like a board of directors in business. Should be made up of people who are incredibly different from each other with very complementary skill sets. It shouldn't be that every single person is this super aggressive, super outgoing type person.
Complementary.
The balance is having complementary skill sets on an executive team in business. And the key is in your friend group, in your personal board of directors, how do you have balanced approaches? One person is going to be more of the data analysis, slow down, take some time. The other person is going to be go, go, go. And you want to have all these different types of influences. The other thing that's so important in who should be influencing you, get ready for this, is tension. Meaning you want
a
healthy tension.
I knew it.
Healthy tension is so
Healthy
important.
tension.
When you don't, let's say if you're in a relationship and there's no healthy tension, that means one person is railroading the other person, one person is getting in the way, the other person isn't. Healthy tension is where there's disagreement because we're all different from each other, but there's ways of communicating with each other so that that tension is healthy. And I always used to say in business, in my business meetings, I would say, there's not enough tension in the room right now. You're all agreeing with each other. I'm going to disagree just for the sake of disagreeing because the best decisions get made when there's disagreement. There's no disagreement, it's going to be a problem.
There's challenge, there's growth, there's struggle, and then I really know if what I want to do is the right thing because I've had other perspectives, not just everybody going, yay!
Exactly. I mean, if you look at how the Talmud is written, it's just a bunch of rabbis who just are constantly disagreeing with each other all over the place, and that's what forms the basis for kind of our laws and our way of life is disagreement. So the more disagreement, the better. Now, the key is that it's be done respectfully, and that it be done thoughtfully. Yeah. And that's what you want your friend group to do. If a person is just subjected to confirmation bias, talk about biases. Confirmation bias is the inclination to surround yourself by people who just confirm, who are just yes men and yes women. Whatever you want. Yes, you're totally right. That person's a total a-hole. Oh, yes. Oh, my God, that person is terrible. Oh, No. You want people that disagree.
Right. I have a lot of notes here. I'm going to have to type this up afterwards. Okay. Talking about data and gut instinct, okay? We've got data, we've got information, we've got something that's concrete in the world, and we have this instinct that's coming in going, I don't really care what that says. There's something going on, and this doesn't work for me. How do we balance those two things out when we're making a decision? I mean, this happens, of course, in dating.
All the time.
Like head heart, like you're a smart match. This makes sense. Doesn't feel right. Or like, oh my gosh, it feels amazing. This is really stupid. I can't do this.
Okay, so I love it. So the answer is it's about knowing yourself.
Always. We're back to the same story. Yes,
Same
go ahead.
story, and knowing what your natural inclination is and doing the exact opposite. Meaning, if your natural inclination is to go with your heart, go with your heart, go with your heart, and not think things through, then you have to say to yourself, I know my natural inclination is to go to my heart too much. I need to do the exact opposite of the things that I naturally do and figure out how to go with my head. There's a funny Seinfeld episode where George Costanza, you remember from Seinfeld, says, I'm living a terrible life. I'm so miserable. I'm going to do the exact opposite of every single thing that I did. And some of these things, this amazing life. He has this amazing woman. He has got this great job. I'm not saying you should be like a different person than who you actually are. What I'm saying is know what your natural inclination is in terms of head versus heart. Know if your natural inclination is more of a data person or more of a storytelling person. And then figure out ways, know if you're more of a long-term focused decision maker. I'm going to do everything for the long term. In 10 years, in 20 years, I'm going to be really happy because I'm long term. Or you're more short-term focused. And then say, okay, I know this is my natural inclination. What do I need to do to compensate for that? What rules do I need to make myself more of a long-term thinker? Or how, if I think too much long term, how do I have joy in my day to day and not just constantly be planning for the future, too many different things? So do the opposite, make yourself uncomfortable, meaning have healthy tension with yourself.
Get comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Nice.
It also sounds like when I naturally do what I do, that's easy. I know the answer. That just comes. Let me do the opposite. And I'm not doing the opposite for the sake of doing the opposite. I'm doing the opposite for the sake of having balance, because now I know what my gut instinct thinks. Now I know what my head thinks, or vice versa. I know what my head thinks. Wait, let me tap in with my gut. And now I have twice as much data and information to actually make a decision with. And if they're not in alignment, then maybe it's not the right thing.
Beautiful. I think you're also, by doing that, you start training different parts of your brain and different parts of yourself. And then you become not this 90% one thing, 10% another, but as you start doing things that you're less instinctually comfortable doing, then that 10% becomes 20, becomes 30. And you're still going to be not perfectly balanced, but they'll be more balanced than you were in the past, which will help you hopefully to make better decisions in life.
I could talk to you all day. We're booking an appointment. You're going to come visit Pardes Chana and hang out.
I'm there.
Bring your wife.
Thank
we can
you.
do a double date. My husband and I, this is a dating thing. We do double dates Monday nights.
I'm in. Monday night double date. No Monday night football, Monday night double date.
That's it.
I can't wait.
That's it. Thank you so much for joining us. If somebody wants to reach out to you, is there a way that they can find you on any social or somewhere if they have thoughts or questions? Or
Sure. I'm very active on LinkedIn. You can just look me up, David Siegel, Meetup, Investopedia. You'll find me, SIEGEL, and send me a invite.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
David, for joining us. Thank you to all of our listeners for joining us on the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Aliza Ben Shalom, and until next time, remember, matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
Well, now joining us to discuss what we expect to see in Washington, as well as with that Board of Peace, is retired Colonel Rich Oatzen, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Rich, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. Let's start with the obvious. What do you expect to see discussed during this visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu with President Trump? And is this an effort to, in effect, derail the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran?
Oh, it's good to be with you, Emily. I don't think the goal is to derail them so much, although there are some in Israel who feel like any negotiations with Iran undercut the pressure that needs to be put on to get them to forego the nuclear program, ballistic missile program, obviously very important there as well. But I think the scope of what is doable from Netanyahu's perspective is to make sure that the type of arrangement or understanding between the U.S. and Israel is not what has been referred to as a safe haven negotiation, where Iran is protected from any Israeli strikes or U.S. pressure during the negotiations, but more of an open negotiation so that we negotiate, but at the same time we continue with the U.S., the multilateral, and the Israeli preparations for a strike if it's needed. I think that's the maneuver room that Netanyahu is going to try to get from Trump while he's doing this, to say, okay, talk, but also while you're talking, we need to be prepared to put more pressure on this because it's too important, and we can't let the Ayatollahs do what they've done, frankly, for 30 years now, which is to use the negotiations as an excuse not to make the hard compromises.
Now, one of the things that we know Prime Minister Netanyahu will also be discussing is that Board of Peace in Gaza. But progress seems very slow, as we heard, and certainly Hamas has not yet been disarmed. What is it going to take for this to actually succeed in the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey are key players here. Not the favored names in Jerusalem these days, but look, they have some influence over Hamas. And I think that the Trump administration, talking indirectly with Hamas leadership, and those three countries in particular, have to point out that this is going to get a lot worse for the Palestinian people, but also for Hamas leadership the longer they try to hold on to these weapons. So, I mean, there's precedents. We can look at the PLO leaving sort of the Levant, Lebanon, and going to Tunisia in the early 80s that sparked a real peace process. It's sort of an analogous situation right now. The other pieces of this are kind of in place, right? There's been a technocratic government named. There's a readiness for them to come in. The Trump administration wants to move ahead to investment and making the life of the Palestinians in the Strip better. So it all comes down to this. Can Hamas's quasi-friends put enough pressure on it to commit or to do what it has actually said that it and committed to do, which is a substantive, if not in the first stage, total disarmament.
Now, I want to circle back to Iran for a moment. Is there any deal that can be made that would truly take a military strike off the table? I mean, as I'm sure you remember, President Trump started all this conversation by warning the regime not to kill their own people, now tens of thousands of which have already been killed. So how would a deal address the Islamic Republic's 4-decade history of oppressing their own people within the country?
Well, I think President Trump's previous pronouncements on foreign policy in general indicate that he's less worried about the domestic aspects of this. And yes, I think he is, as anybody would be, horrified by the death of maybe 30,000 young Iranians in that wave of protests. But for him, it's more about regional implications. If there's a deal where the 60% and other enriched uranium is out of Iran, at the same time, the discussions about ballistic missiles and turning down the enmity towards friends of the United States in the region is ongoing. I think that process could buy some more time for the Iranians. It's sort of, unfortunately, not undoable what they did against the wave of protesters. And I would say that Trump's criticism of the Iran deal that the Obama administration pursued was that it was only nuclear and it did not address the regional misbehavior, this so-called JCPOA. That's one of the reasons he repealed it when he came into office the first time. So I don't think he's going to say, okay, nukes, that's it, we've won, mission accomplished. I think he's going to keep pressing on these other things, but I would expect that the regional proxy use and the ballistic missiles will be primary, and that what has happened with the wave of protests will be secondary.
All right, well, we do have to leave it at that, but I want to thank you, Rich Oateson, for joining us, today and for shedding some light on this important issue.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, joining us now to discuss the U.S.-Iran talks is David Makovsky, a senior fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and director of the Koret Project on Arab-Israel relations. Thanks so much for joining us today, David. Great to have you with us. To start, the negotiations are now set to take place tomorrow, but with the regime rejecting talks on core issues like ballistic missiles, I know we've seen already a back and forth about that. I guess the question would be, what's the point of having negotiations if all those issues aren't really on the table?
Well, look, first of all, the president's MO. I mean, the way he operated in 2025 as an example, he said, I'll give it 60 days, and Israel hit on the 61st day. So if he's going to act militarily, he's always going to want to show that he first tried diplomacy. Now, the fact that the Iranians wanted to move it to Oman, it's because they wanted to show that this is a continuation of purely nuclear talks. And Rubio said, if you saw yesterday, and for these talks to work, it has to also deal with ballistic missiles. It has to deal with proxies. It has to be with the way Iran treated its people. And I think they saw the original format in Turkey with adding all these Arabs countries, that this was going to be a dual track thing, that maybe he could say bilaterally we were only discussing nukes with the U.S., but now ballistic missiles are discussed, proxies are discussed, etc. So we're going to see what happens tomorrow. I don't know if we'll know afterwards. I hope we'll find out if indeed other non-nuclear issues were discussed, but clearly it's something Iran wants to avoid. But clearly Trump is going to want to always show that I don't want to say check the box because that sounds very pro forma, but he tried diplomacy first.
Now, what difference would a deal on strictly nuclear issues make when it comes to military action? I mean, let's say a deal is made. Does that mean military strikes would be off the table for the Trump administration?
Well, you're touching on a huge issue. There'll be some who will say, let's remember how we in the U.S. got into this thing with the B-2 was over the nukes. And Israel will say the nukes are a piece of it, the issue of the 400 kilo enriched stockpile that is there from still that B-2 attack. But frankly, the enriched part is no less, the ballistic missiles is very critical. And by the way, not just for Israel. We're always thinking about Israel, which is right, but that's over 1,000 kilometer range. But they're ballistic missiles that can hit American bases, American Arab allies. You know, the U.S. should be interested in this for reasons that even go beyond Israel.
Well, you know, some have suggested, as you alluded to, that perhaps the entire negotiations are somewhat of a ruse for military action for President Trump. What's your response to this? Is that possible?
No. I don't think that's fair. I think he truly would like to solve things diplomatically. Everything you see, he'd say, well, if I could do this, I could avoid killing people. You know, he does think that way. I saw a clip of Vance giving an interview last night, but saying if it comes down to military force, these people could not have nukes. And so you're touching on the core question, which is, you know, what if the Iranians are responsive on the nuclear issue, but are non-responsive elsewhere? Will that shift the internal debate around Trump? And it could. We just don't know enough. Israel is definitely trying to weigh in here by saying, no, it's not enough. Even if they give you the stockpile, it's not enough, because the ballistic missiles, they are reconstituting them. Yes, not at the pace, but you know, I was briefed when I was in Israel in December, but it is being reconstituted, even if it's not at the same pace, but it is happening. And we saw how accurate these missiles are and how lethal they are. And so, you know, I'm a bit worried that the Iranians are looking for the weak spot in the American debate and saying, oh, okay, what if we're responsive on nukes and then we're not responsive anywhere else, but then we split the camps around Trump? I do wonder if that's where it's going.
Well, you know, I do have to ask, you mentioned...
By the way, sometimes, I'm sorry, if I could just say very briefly, I don't want to give the Iranians too much credit, because I do think above all they want to play for time. And above everything else, and I'm not assuming any sincerity on their part. So I'm not here to say that that they are definitely going to come through on this. I don't want any of your viewers to say that I think that they are being responsive. I think they want to be tactical and maneuver and play out the clock wherever they can.
Absolutely. I think that was clear. I don't need to worry about that too much. But I do want to ask as a final question, I mean, at what point is avoiding war negative? I mean, we're talking here about an explicitly genocidal regime, repeatedly pledged to wipe Israel and the U.S. off the map. They just murdered 40,000 people. So what is the breaking point here?
No, I think that's a great question. Look, I do see what happened in June 2025 as a key MO to look at, which is Trump gives diplomacy X amount of time. He said to reporters, it didn't get a lot of play in the United States, but I saw the clip where he told reporters this week, I gave the Iranians a deadline. We don't know where the deadline is. You know, I could be cute and saying, look, the holiday to end the war, the 47th anniversary of the revolution ends February 11th. The next Iranian holiday is March 20th, which is Nowruz, the Persian holiday of New Year's. And I noticed that timetable happened to fit what Eyal Zamir told reporters somewhere, that there's a 2 to 8 week window here. So, I mean, somewhere between February 11th and March 20th, I think it's safe to say, would be somewhere in that window. I don't want to claim that I know what Trump said, and if I knew, I probably couldn't say, because I want to be careful on those things. But I don't believe it's an open-ended process at all. And we know exactly what this regime is and how much suffering it has caused its own people and is destabilizing in the Middle East. So I think the president knows that too. So this debate is going to have to come to a head fairly soon.
All right. Well, we'll continue to update on the progress of those talks and beyond in the coming weeks and months. Thank you so much for joining us today, David Makovsky.
Always delighted to be with you.
Well, joining us now to discuss all the latest between the United States and the Islamic regime in Iran is Ron Campias, the former bureau chief at Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Ron, thank you so much for being with us today. Pleasure to have you on. Let's start with your take on the latest demands from the regime to move the talks from Turkey to Oman. What's your take on this?
It's just interesting that they're having talks. That I think Jared Kushner is the person who is representing the U.S. talks take on a dynamic of their own. It's a sign that I think that the Trump administration is eager to avoid escalating the conflict and moving it from Turkey to Oman. From Iran's perspective, it keeps it more in the region. They've had despite the fact that Iran and Turkey and Qatar are the triumvirate of countries that backed Hamas. There is an ancient rivalry between Turkey and Iran. Turkey is seen as much, even now under Erdogan, as much more westward leaning. It's a member of NATO. So yeah, Iran would want it more in its neighborhood. It would want to remind the United States that the stakes are the stability of the Persian Gulf, where Oman is situated, and the trafficking of petroleum in that area.
Well, now, regime officials have repeatedly stated, even in recent days, that negotiations over their ballistic missile program are off the table. From the U.S. perspective, could a deal even be made without such an element?
Well, it has been made in the past, of course, with the Iran nuclear deal in 2015, where there were, I guess, off-the-record reassurances that Iran would limit its ballistic missile program, but nothing in writing. And so I think that would be very difficult for the Trump administration, for President Trump, who wants to show that he's capable of getting a better deal than any of his predecessors, and particularly President Obama. And so he would very much want some sort of limitations on ballistic missiles. So I'm not sure if that's bluster by the Iranians. I've read that behind the scenes that they're suggesting not necessarily shutting down the program, but providing assurances, actual proof that the missiles can't go beyond a certain distance. But otherwise, I think that would be a non-starter for the Trump administration.
Now, even if there is a deal, the reality is it probably won't change the fact, of course, in the past, that roughly 40,000 Iranians have been killed for protesting. I mean, what do you think that President Trump meant by his statements that help is on the way? And is what we're seeing now a betrayal of sorts?
I think those statements were never realistic. I don't understand. I never understood exactly how the United States was going to intervene in Iran. The history of the Iranian Revolution is that Ayatollah Khomeini, when he was in France, plotting the overthrow of the Shah's government, didn't just want to replace it ideologically. He understood he was looking for weaknesses in how the Shah ran a dictatorship, and so he could amend those. And so he built, together with the founders of revolutionary Iran, this impenetrable structure that would be very hard. This is not Nicolas Maduro sitting in a stupid palace somewhere in Venezuela. This is a whole system. So I don't know what Trump meant when he said help was on the way. I think it's going to take a lot more of internal turmoil, a lot more of realizations coming from the defense and religious establishments in Iran before there's any change there.
Now, many people have speculated in recent weeks that the talks are a facade, that there's some sort of grander plan of President Trump. Indeed, there are many military assets that have been moved to the region. There are more on the way now. What are your thoughts on this? Is that a possibility?
Again, I don't doubt that President Trump might heed somebody who would say that military engagement is an idea. I think there's been talk, perhaps, of the United States going in and swiftly destroying Iran's, once and for all, destroying Iran's nuclear weaponization program. That would be a huge ask. That would be a big leap. Right now, it looks like posturing, but maybe there's something they have up their sleeve.
Now, I want to talk to you in the event that the regime does fall. I mean, what's that going to take? What would it require foreign intervention, whether military or otherwise? Are the people capable of doing something like that on their own? What would the next steps be in this process?
I think that it's going to take a realization in the Iranian military establishment that this is no longer sustainable. And the brilliance, the evil brilliance, one might say, of the whole structure is that the theocracy has invested much of the military capabilities in the ideologically driven Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. as opposed to the conventional military. So, whether that can be penetrated, whether they can ever come to a realistic assessment that they have to cede power, you've got this incredible population in Iran that very bravely, very courageously, periodically rises up against the machine. And the machine, as we saw recently, always manages to shut it down. So it's hard to say exactly what would bring about the dismantling of the regime. And foreign intervention, I don't think that that's going to be it.
Well, I want to ask you before I let you go about the IRGC designation that we just saw the European Union pass. What are your thoughts on this? What's the significance of the designation, and does it have the power to have any real impact?
The designation has the principal designation that really does have the impact is the American designation, because so much of the world, so much commerce in the world is dollar-based and continues to be dollar-based. So that's already severely limited the IRGC. I'm not sure exactly to what degree economically the European Union designation will further limit the IRGC, but it's a big symbolic win for the Americans and for people who have been, and for Israel, for people who have been advocating for IRGC's isolation, because it shows that they are perceived as no longer able to leverage the kind of threats that they once did.
All right. Well, we'll be sure to watch that and see what happens with the designation, as well as what happens inside Iran between the U.S. and the Islamic Republic. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ron Campius.
Thank you.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland. When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Hey there, welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Deva Klein, coming to you live from Israel, breaking down for you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. Here is everything that you need to know. Israel's Shin Bet security services busted a Judea and Samaria terror cell that was being directed from Lebanon. 5 Palestinian suspects were arrested today in a plot uncovered by Israeli intelligence where Lebanese civilians were using social media and gaming apps to recruit operatives to carry out terror attacks in Judea and Samaria. The Lebanese suspects tied to Hezbollah and Hamas had sent the now arrested on surveillance missions, asking them to take photos and videos of Israeli settlements in the area to advance terror attacks on Israeli civilians. In addition, the recruits were to undergo weapons training to carry out the attack. They were also promised funding for the purchase of weapons. Thankfully, the cell was thwarted and no attacks were carried out. And the IDF released new footage of an operation that took place a few months ago in southern Syria. IDF troops located a weapons storage depot belonging to Palestinian Islamic Jihad. In the operation, IDF forces from Division 210 located and destroyed the warehouse located in Bet Jan, eliminating firearms, mines, and communications gear used for attacks on Israel's northern front. And for the first time in decades, the IDF announced it will open a new combat division composed of ground forces training units. The new 38th Division is set to contain all of the units that are currently in the Ground Forces Basic Training Division. That includes the School for Infantry Corps, Professions, and Squad Commanders, the Bahad 1 Officer School, and the training schools for the Armored Corps, Artillery Corps, Combat Engineering Corps, and Border Defense Corps. Since the 1970s, the IDF has not established any new maneuvering divisions, maneuvering meaning ground units that are trained to enter deep into enemy territory, making this a groundbreaking announcement and one set to combat manpower shortages in the IDF. The new unit will receive a brand new symbol, and the military expects the division to be combat ready for ground operations by 2027. And as of this hour, Prime Minister Netanyahu is abroad the wings of Zion as he heads to Washington, D.C., ahead of talks with President Donald Trump. Netanyahu is expected to land in the U.S. Capitol around 6 p.m. local time and will meet Trump in the White House tomorrow. Now, the purpose of this trip is reportedly for Netanyahu to present Israel's security needs while negotiations between the United States and the Islamic regime in Iran continue in Oman. Let's take a listen to Netanyahu's words before departing the country.
אני יוצא עכשיו לארצות הברית לנסיעה השביעית שלי להיפגש עם הנשיא טראמפ מאז שהוא נבחר בקדנציה השנייה. זה כמובן לא כולל את הביקור הבלתי נשכח שלו בישראל והנאום שלו בכנסת. אני חושב שהדברים האלה משקפים את הקרבה הייחודית והיחסים באמת היוצא הדופן שיש לנו עם ארצות הברית, לי אישית עם הנשיא ולמדינת ישראל עם ארצות הברית, דבר שלא היה כמוהו בתולדותינו. בנסיעה הזאת אנחנו נדון בשורה של נושאים, עזה, האזור, אבל כמובן בראש ובראשונה במשא ומתן עם איראן. אני אציג בפני הנשיא את התפיסות שלנו לגבי העקרונות במשא ומתן, העקרונות החשובים. ובעיניי הם עקרונות חשובים לא רק לישראל, אלא לכל מי שבעולם רוצה שלום וביטחון במזרח התיכון. תודה רבה לכם.
Israel, of course, will not tolerate a deal in which the nuclear threat is addressed, but the ballistic missile program stays untouched. The Prime Minister is expected to argue that this is a historic opportunity. Iran, the Prime Minister will say, is weakened, its regional proxies are under pressure, and its missile program must be curbed now to prevent future war. Netanyahu will also signal Israel's willingness to support any American military action, framing Israel as a force multiplier rather than a liability. And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. That's breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code that's on your screen to join. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Broadcasting live from Israel, I'm Divo Klein, and thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, after meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem, is said to hold direct talks in Oman Friday with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi over Tehran's nuclear program. President Trump says bad things will happen if no deal is reached, as Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei threatens a regional war if the U.S. attacks. Amid a U.S. Navy buildup in the region, American warplanes shoot down an Iranian drone as it approached the carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, and the Fifth Fleet and Israeli Navy hold a joint exercise in the Red Sea. IDF Chief of Staff Ayel Zamir confers in Washington with top U.S. security officials to tighten military cooperation ahead of a possible conflict with the Tehran regime. The Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt is reopening for pedestrians as an initial step in Phase 2 of the U.S.-mediated peace plan. Israel says it is maintaining security control over the crossing despite it being operated by European officials, and it will only permit Palestinians who fled during the war to re-enter Gaza. An IDF reservist is seriously wounded after terrorists opened fire on Israeli soldiers near the Yellow Line border in northern Gaza. The IDF also identifies and eliminates 4 terrorists attempting to infiltrate into Israeli-held territory, but behind the Yellow Line. The IDF responds with airstrikes and artillery shelling, with Palestinian sources saying at least 9 were killed in the exchange of fire. The IDF continues to target Hezbollah terrorists and infrastructure operating in violation of the ceasefire agreement with the Lebanese government, including an airstrike eliminating Ali Dawood Amish, head of a Hezbollah engineering branch, attempting to rebuild military facilities and advance terror plots against Syria in South Lebanon's Al-Duwair region. And now, our big story. A U.S. deal with Iran or a military strike on Iran? Those are the options on the table as U.S. negotiator Steve Witkoff heads to Oman to meet with Iran's foreign minister in what seems to be a last-ditch effort by the Trump administration to strike a deal with the Tehran regime before taking military action against it. But what kind of deal would this be? One that would only address the nuclear issue, as Iran wants, or would also deal with the regime's ballistic missile program and support of terror proxies, as the U.S., Israel, and other nations in the region demand? And what about President Trump's pledge to help the Iranian people being gunned down in the streets? And if it comes to a strike, what are we talking about? And how much could it weaken the regime? Well, here's the latest from President Trump.
On Iran, are the negotiations still happening this week?
Yeah.
Where will they be? And what do you need to hear from Iran?
They're all over. But they are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something is going to be done. They had a chance to do something a while ago, and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate. We are negotiating with them right now, yes.
And joining us for more now are Reserves Colonel Olivia Rafowitz. He's a security expert and the former senior IDF spokesperson. And also joining us is Mitra Jashny. She's a political and cultural expert and advisor at the Iranian Americans for Liberty organization. Thank you for joining us. Mitra, I want to start with you and just get your reaction and what the reaction is, for example, in the Iranian community about the decision by the U.S. to hold these negotiations with Iran.
Yeah, first, thank you very much for having me in your program. That is very, very important these days to be the real voice of Iranian people. And before I start with what happened with this negotiation, I would love to give you a brief about what's going on in Iran at the moment. We are living through history. What is happening in Iran is historical tragedy unfolding in real time. Many Iranians feel they are reliving one of the darkest chapters of their past. The images come out of Iran are among the most horrifying the world has seen in modern times. Families are searching through piles of bodies trying to find their loved ones. The regime is also committing systematic extortion against grieving families. Numerous credible reports indicate that the Islamic Republic is demanding payment for the bullets used to kill their children, amounts ranging from 1 of 10 billion pounds. These families are under extreme economic pressure and are forced to accept a shameless condition to claim their child was a member of the Basij or the IRGC Guard and was killed by protesters. At the same time, state television repeatedly pushes the lie that protesters are agents of Israel and the United States. Just I want to say Iran is facing a deeply dangerous and inhumane situation, and unless the world stands firmly with the Iranian people, this crisis risks becoming an even greater humanitarian catastrophe. But I can say this very clearly and very briefly. I have received many messages directly from inside Iran, from families of those who were killed and from people close to them. They all say the same thing. They fear that if the United States negotiates with the Islamic Republic, the blood of their children will be wasted. They are not asking the world to reconcile with the regime. Even under extreme economic pressure, they are not asking for sanctions to be eased for the benefit of the Islamic Republic. What they want is the overthrow of the regime. They want to take their country back from a murderous system. For them, any form of compromise with the Islamic Republic means trampling on the blood of Iran's children.
All right. Well, Olivia, you heard strong feelings there among the Iranian community. Prime Minister Netanyahu also had a message to Steve Witkoff last night in Jerusalem. Don't trust the regime. Do you think that message is getting through to the U.S.? We know President Trump he says he'd prefer an agreement, but the military option perhaps remains open.
First of all, I want to convey my deep feeling for all the victims of this tragedy in Iran. In Israel, we are aware of this dictator who is killing tens of thousands of innocent people just because they want to be free. But let's get back to the issue between the USA and Iran. We see right now in the sea a tremendous Navy force capable to do something very important against the Iranian regime. But as you can understand, there is also the needs for the international community to say that first, let's try diplomacy in order to get full legitimacy. Because if there is a big strike, it can start by a strike, but it can also involve in something much bigger, much larger. So I think that we don't know yet what will be the issue with negotiation around in a few days. But we are aware that there is a real move by the American using force at least to deter and maybe to do something. When and how, it's still too soon to know about.
Right. Well, let me ask you, Mitra, if there is a strike, even a massive strike there, is that going to be enough to topple this regime? Will that to deter it from slaughtering Iranians in the streets. What would it really take to, for example, reignite the protests, the demonstrations, maybe convince others, maybe in the military perhaps, to finally turn against the regime?
Yeah, let's tell you something clearly first. I would focus on the fact that anyone who is expecting other nations to free Iran is not serious about ending this regime. I would say that every free nation in the world has a moral duty to support the plight of Iranians to do away with this barbaric regime, and Iranians are deeply appreciative of this support, as evidenced by countless shows or bravery chanting on the streets, thanking President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu or other leaders at the risk of life. Ammunition, but neither the brave people protesting nor the real opposition outside of Iran expect the United States to topple this regime for them. I would also point out the obscenely equitable this regime has been in its repression. The new list of victims are from all walks of life, all geographic areas geographic areas across Iran, from all ethnic background, speaking all Iranian dialect, as young as 3 and as old as 75. Those who absurdly claims any division among Iranians based on ethnicity, faith, or geography. When it comes to sacrificing for Iran, there is only one kind of Iranian. Lastly, I would point out that after tens of thousands of civilian deaths, none of the free Palestine groups in the West showed an iota of solidarity with Iran. This is proof positive that these groups are just leftist extremists who hate the West more than anything else. But beside that, if I want to address exactly your question, it would certainly energize the populace to take to the street at the very least. Some speculate it may even embolden people to take over keynotes of power, such as national TV station or the parliament. This is what we believe, but we are not sure because we don't have any evidence yet. But we think Iranian wants some country really help them.
Right. Let me ask you, obviously the Israel, Olivier, wants the U.S. is leading this effort, will certainly lead into a military strike. But if it comes to that, you served in the IDF during previous conflicts with Iran. Is Israel ready and willing, if necessary, to, first of all, will have to defend itself against the Iranian onslaught we know will come, and to in some way join in the effort, if it reaches that, to really strike a decisive blow against Iran?
First, to answer you, I would say that first we send the red lines from the Israeli side to the American negotiation team. We have very clear red lines, and for us, Iran, of this regime, the Ayatollah and the Mullah regime, is a threat for Israel, an existential threat, and we will not accept in any case that Iran will continue to have nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, and also the determination to wipe up Israel from the map. But saying so, we are ready for any development. Since 7th of October 2023, we have been surprised yet. We are not surprised anymore. And we said very clearly that in the case that Iran will make the big mistake to attack us or to do a wrong move, we will react in a way that never was done against Iran. And it was clearly said by our government to the Iranian leadership. But just one more to add. Iran is right now playing a game. Maybe they believe that they will continue to do what they want without any interference, without any involvement of anyone else. Because Donald Trump, the US president, is doing what he's doing right now, even if now we are entering maybe a negotiation period, nothing will be the same after. Because what happened in January, around 40, maybe 50,000 people have been killed is changing radically the whole situation.
All right, well, let's hope so. Mitra Joshny, of course, we share in your concern for the people of Iran, and thank you so much for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. Olivier, I'm going to ask you to stay with us. We're going to move to another issue. The second phase of the U.S.-mediated peace plan for Gaza finally took a concrete step forward with the reopening of the Rafah crossing into Egypt. Israel says it will maintain security control of the Sinai transit point, despite the fact it is being manned by European and Palestinian officials. But the next steps in phase 2 raise even bigger Israel concerns. Hamas claims it is ready to hand over administrative control of Gaza to the U.S. overseeing National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, which Israel has insisted should not be connected with the Palestinian Authority. But the official in charge of it is a former PA deputy minister, Ali Shat, and the NCAG revealed a new logo this week that includes the official PA logo, drawing immediate objection from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Of course, the major issue continues to be whether Hamas is ready to lay down its arms and agree to the full demilitarization of Gaza as the peace deal demands. And here we know, Olivier, there are some disagreements between the Trump administration and the Netanyahu government, the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar, perhaps some Palestinian officials. How firm do you believe Israel is going to be on making sure the rest of phase 2 does not proceed unless Hamas lays down its arms?
It is a non-issue. For us, it's a must, before anything else, that Hamas 35,000 terrorists with arms will be disarmed, Hamas will be dismantled, and the Gaza Strip will be demilitarized. If it is not the case, so we cannot move towards the step number 2. Maybe some arrangement can be done, but in the deep aspect of it, it's impossible to leave the Hamas alive there. And secondly, even if there's a kind of a so-called administration without Hamas dealing with the Gaza Strip, we know that Hamas still being there will infiltrate, will be part of it, maybe non-officially, but we know that they are already prepared themselves to infiltrate all this mechanism of administration with their own people, maybe with no Hamas fatigue clause, but there will be Hamas people, and it's totally unbearable.
Well, I just have an example. There are reports, for example, Turkey was trying to put forward a plan that would see, a figure was even put, 10,000 Hamas fighters be incorporated inside a new Palestinian police force. And is Israel in a position to prevent that kind of thing from happening, at least certainly on the Palestinian side of the yellow line?
Israel is in position to send messages, but in the case that in 1, 2, 3 months, I don't know exactly the timing, nothing is done in order to disarm and to dismantle Hamas, there is a clear possibility, Kalev, that the IDF will get back to operations against Hamas, because I don't believe that someone else except the IDF is capable really to disarm and dismantle Hamas. I don't see any real force endangering their own people to fight Hamas and to disarm them, except if there is a kind of a game that so-called disarming will be at the end of the day non-disarming Hamas, but it will be like we disarm Hamas. And we see that.
I want to point out it has been proposed by some that, yes, that maybe Hamas would lay down its heavy weapons and keep sidearms, and that would allow some aspects of phase 2, the reconstruction, to get going.
We're Israeli, and we know what is Hamas. We know it for a long time, and we know it even more seriously since 7th of October. They are killers. They are rapists. They killed. They raped, they burned. It's totally impossible for us, and as an Israeli, but as the IDF, as a government, to accept any compromise, leaving Hamas still in place in the Gaza Strip with armed, with weapons, and part of anything connected to any governing force.
Right, and you mentioned Hamas, and then there is the other issue of the Palestinian Authority headed by Mahmoud Abbas, which is a rival of Hamas, but Israel has also said simply not reliable, not to be trusted. It may only seem a symbolic issue, this issue of this logo that was introduced, but perhaps a warning sign to Israel that certainly some parties involved in the Gaza peace plan, in the reconstruction, want to insert the Palestinian Authority into some kind of position there in Gaza.
Let's be frank. We cannot leave our security to someone else. It's impossible.